Thank you, Susie, and thank you for your kind introduction. I would start with welcoming all participants. There are participants from patient organizations, scientists, clinicians, representatives of companies, coordinators of registries, and other interested people. Welcome to the second meeting on data sharing for Duchenne. A special welcome to the speakers who agreed to share their knowledge with us today, while we know they're all extremely busy people. The first meeting took place in Amsterdam in 2019, when we could still meet in person. And although the pandemic prevents us from being together in person and have an enjoyable meeting again, dinner again, like last time, it for sure did not hold us back in moving forward on the verification of Duchenne data. So the people of the first hour, like Peter Brammet-Hoen, Marco Roos, Barend Mons, kept their promise, and many more people have joined the effort. You will hear more about that where we stand today. This will all be explained this afternoon or in the morning for the Americans. In fact, the title of this meeting is a bit misleading. And before one of the speakers will focus on this, the title was copied from the former meeting, so everybody would understand it's a kind of follow-up of that meeting, but it's not correct, as FAIR is not about data sharing, but about data visiting. So before we get started, let's remind ourselves why FAIR matters.
Justice has Duchenne muscular dystrophy, an incurable rare genetic disease. He has been seen by many healthcare professionals from an early age. After diagnosis, visits to healthcare centres significantly increased, generating lots of health information. This data is stored in different locations. Thankfully, Justice has given consent to allow his data to be available to others according to FAIR protocols, because he knows that this will help identify better solutions to ultimately benefit patients. How does FAIR contribute to this goal? FAIR helps, for example, researchers answer complex questions by allowing them to access health information from multiple sources. This happens automatically with software and special algorithms. They ensure efficient and real-time analysis without moving data. Each patient's personal information is fully anonymized and remains 100% protected by a series of built-in GDPR-compliant safeguards. Their protocols make data findable, accessible, interoperable and reusable by both humans and computers. So what is FAIR? Findable means that healthcare professionals can see what data exists and find it. Accessible means that once they find the data they were looking for, they clearly know if they are authorized to use it. Interoperable means that records, written in different languages and formats, can be combined. Reusable means that data can be used more than once, for research, but also by healthcare professionals, regulators, families, and most importantly, patients themselves. Following these principles will speed up substantially the progress towards earlier diagnosis and innovative treatments. This is what Justice wants.
So this amazing video is produced by Nawel van Lin, of our FAIR project manager, who did an amazing job. You will hear more about her work during this meeting. And Nawel also organized the meeting. So a big applause for her, and I'll hand over the microphone to Nawel now.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, for your kind words. It's been really fun working on this project. But of course, I couldn't have done it without the help of many colleagues and Justice, especially. So thank you very much, Justice. I know I've seen you here. So I hope you will convey some key messages on what FAIR is all about. But without any further ado, I think we could start our program, and I would like to introduce our first speaker, Ryan Fisher. Ryan is a Chief Advocacy Officer at Parent Project Muscular Dystrophy USA. He is board member of the Duchenne Data Foundation. Ryan will be talking about the first part of this program called New Initiatives on Data Collection. Thank you so much, Ryan, for being with us. I hope you had a large cup of coffee. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Naval, and thank you for putting together this meeting. It's been a pleasure to work with you. I want to thank Elizabeth and team for allowing me to speak. And forgive me, it is very early and I'm not looking my best, but you'll have to do with the 7 a.m. version of Ryan. So I will share my screen now and get my presentation going. So I think we all agree that the nature of registries is changing rapidly, and I'm here to talk about patient-empowered registries. And they're changing in terms of the ability to set them up, our ability to access data, as well as the rights of patients and caregivers to contribute their own data. But I think as a community, we certainly want to avoid creating more data silos, so that there are numerous registries, disparate data sets not talking to each other, all asking different things. It certainly will not help our efforts to make Duchenne data fair when it comes to patient-empowered registries. So we want to be doing this so that we're collecting data that is not only usable, but we're asking questions that are meaningful to patients. And I think that's one of the missions of WDO and Duchenne Data Foundation, is so that we can work together as patient-powered registries to collaborate, to find consensus, and to have our rightful seat at the table when it comes to discussions on where we go from registries. So, and here's what data can do. I think, we all are well aware of this. This is not anything mind-blowing to anybody, but we can really better understand the care that's being delivered to patients through our registry efforts. Where are they, and where are they receiving that care? And ultimately, what are the gaps? We can accelerate research by informing the natural history that exists in other data sets. We can, of course, recruit for trials and inform endpoint development. We can utilize patient-reported outcome measures. I'll get to that in a bit because that's an area that's lacking and needs improvement. And ultimately, we want to understand what's happening in the real world so we can improve care and ideally do what's called comparative effectiveness analysis. So, where people are being treated, how they're being treated with care, and can you compare outcomes and improve the standard of care at the end of the day and provide clinicians with more information. The one thing I know from talking to so many of you on the line who have registries or using registries that we certainly agree on is that we want the data shared. And we want to make sure it's being put to good use, informing research. And at the end of the day, I think that's what we want. We want to improve the way research is done, improve the way care is delivered, and ultimately benefit all patients in Duchenne muscular dystrophy. So a few things, and I think this is going to be mentioned today, but I just wanted to outline that there are many types of data, and there are clinician-reported data that go into your health systems, as was mentioned in the video. There's patient-reported data. There's patient-reported outcomes data. And importantly, data could be entered by the patient themselves. They could be entered by a patient rep or caregiver, or even a genetic counselor within a country who's entering the data on behalf of the patient. And these are important distinctions that we have to think about when it comes to your own country. We now have electronic health records, and patients have the ability to allow for their data to be extracted. They may be able to extract it themselves and donate the data to a specific effort. And then there are things like wearables and even health claims data. So how your payer or insurance is paying for it at the end of the day. And that data does have value, and you should be able to direct that data where it could be put to use. Although in the US, there are, and I'm only speaking on the US behalf, so I'm not going to pretend to be an expert in Europe or other countries who are on the line, but the claims data is how the insurer is paying for a given health intervention or test, And that's normally de-identified and sold, quite frankly, on the market, so that industry and other entities can understand what's happening. And it's important data, but just another area that's emerging. But we must consider several factors when we're doing our registries or putting up our registries. So if for informed consent, how informed are they? Do they understand where the data is going, how it's going to be used? That's really key, because I think we see in the informed consent process in clinical trials, they're actually often not as informed as we would think, and they're often just consenting. And I think we've all been on iTunes or another platform where you just don't want to read all the paperwork and you just say agree. But I think it's up to patient groups to fully educate our communities about how that data is being used. What are they consenting to, and did they understand it? There's obviously laws that are different between the US, Europe, and outside of US and Europe when it comes to data usage and privacy, et cetera. So you should understand that within your own country and ask the question, how accessible is the data, and can we ensure it's shared widely, easily, and in a fair way for the topic for today's meeting. And I mentioned this before, the behavior of your own populations. Do they want to contribute their own data themselves by entering it into a system or a patient registry? And in some countries, we found that the behavior of the patients is they're not interested in entering data every day or every month, but they might be willing to contribute the data by talking to somebody at a patient organization. And as long as the consent is in place, that's certainly appropriate, but the method by which the data gets into the system must be considered. We obviously know, and Elizabeth and I have been banging our heads over this, because there are big gaps in patient-reported outcome measures. And there's some instruments that exist. Some of them are good, some of them are not as good or as meaningful. But we do think that they're insufficient, and there's a need for this consensus or collective agreement across patient groups. We all should be working together to either develop or look at and analyze what is being used within clinical trials or patient registries to track outcomes. And it's an area that needs maturity, and we're working to get there. And I think that together we could get there, because at the moment, I think it's more academia and the clinical community, and by no means offense to them, that they may be choosing what's best for patients, which we don't necessarily agree with. And there's a lack of consistency across who's using what. And clinician data is not the only valuable data, and that needs to be a sea change over time. And I think we're getting there, but there's more work to be done. In many countries, it's still a very paternalistic approach, that the doctor knows everything and the patient is patted on the head and told, we know what we're doing, we'll tell you what's best. Well, that's certainly not the way of the future. So some need to get on board. And if we do this correctly, these prompts should be implemented in a fair manner. And the challenges are obvious. If we're not asking the same questions globally, we can't combine the data, we can't make sense of it. And with patient registries, a huge challenge is the longitudinal nature of that. If you have somebody that gives you a data entry once, that's important. It's a great information to have in your database. But if you're not able to track them over time, the power of the data is certainly less so. But there are opportunities, and we've been working on this at WDO and DDF, and technology is enabling the ability to grab at this data and have the right to really direct this data like never before. And we're working on a global collaboration of registries that are on the line today, so that we can be talking on a more regular basis and agree upon the steps forward when it comes to registry data. In the US, I'm sure many of you are asking, how fair is the data systems in the US? Well, in short, we're getting there. And in typical US fashion, it's taken legislation to move the needle a bit. And we worked on this bill, 21st Century Cures Act. Our focus in the US with PPMD was much more on the regulatory side when it came to this bill. This is a large bill that covered many areas of care and research, but one of the huge wins in 21st Century Cures Act was a rule out of the Office of National Coordinator for Health Information Technology, or ONC, which sits under our Department of Health and Human Services. And in this rule, it really is putting patients in charge of their own health records. It's a key piece of patient control and health care. And the system has to catch up with the rule. And we're getting there. The ONC rule, as it's referred to, that implements interoperability requirements outlined in this bill, is in the final stages here. And then the health systems and the physicians around the country are going to have to understand that patients need more power in their own healthcare, and access to this information, quite frankly, is key. And I think you're all aware of the FHIR system, the IT system that is allowing for hospitals to share data and to move data in a different way. And patients have the right to direct that data at the end of the day. So is the US fair? I think this is a question I asked myself prior to getting into this talk, because I'm sure it's what many have asked. I mean, we're not driven by a strict rule at the federal level, but it's changing and it's evolving thanks to technology and thanks to, quite frankly, legislation and the ability to take this data and have patients being in control of their own data. And this ties into registries. So we're educating our community about this. It's, it's a lot for them to understand, and we have to explain it in a way that's clear. That's why I love the work that Navel and others have done in this fair data approach. We like to say we're fair adjacent, but we're certainly getting there, and watching what's happening in Europe and elsewhere. So just a quick note about data sharing in the US around data that currently exists or retrospective data from trials, as well as natural history studies. The good news on that side is that there are two consortiums that are working to take data that currently exists in silos and bring it together to create Duchenne progression modeling. Now, keep in mind, companies still have power over this data and how they share it, when they share it. However, it has been really positive in informing natural history and informing clinical trials, so the trials can be done more efficiently and we can better understand the Duchenne progression across the spectrum of the disease. So ultimately, we want registry data to be fed into these models as well. It is not at the registry grade level that we all have 6-minute walk data or North Star ambulatory assessment data. But I think that also it begs the question of why isn't patient-reported data more valuable in the eyes of those who are running trials? And I think that it's an argument we're trying to continue to make, that patient-entered data, patient registry data, does have the value that should be given. So, and just a quick note that we've launched our own data sharing effort with a new Duchenne outcomes research interchange. The goal here is to combine our own registry PRO data. That should be clinic EHR. It always corrects to HER whenever I type it, so I didn't correct it there. It's electronic health records, as well as post-market data. And we're working with Sarepta, who's the first company that's contributing their post-market data from their approved therapies, so that we can ultimately combine and share this data into our registry hub. And then clinicians will have the ability, particularly with our electronic health record and our PRO data, to combine data sets that are de-identified and look across clinics at what other clinics are doing, making it much more interoperable. We're using FHIR standards, and we're working with a wonderful company, Prometheus. So I think I've taken my 10 minutes up. I hope I've kicked off this meeting appropriately. Navel, you can tell me offline if I didn't, but I thank you for inviting me to today's meeting.
Thank you very much, Ryan. And you were a little bit over time, but I do think that this is quite important, because we have to set the scene about where this whole fair meeting is about. And we're all about collecting experiences from all countries and also from the United States. So thank you for that, Ryan. Now I think it's time to move on to our next speaker for today, who is actually the chair of the Duchenne Data Foundation. His name is George Pagliuras. Happy to have you here, George. And he's going to have a presentation about the Duchenne Data Repository and how this is fostering convergence and data integration. Now, George, I know we had a little bit of a hiccup in Greece when it comes to the weather, so I hope you're all in good health. We cannot hear you yet, George.
Yeah, sorry, I needed to unmute before I make my screen full screen. So let me see. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
And can you also see my screen?
Not yet.
Not yet. I needed to press one more button. Okay.
Yes, now we can.
Okay. Thank you, Suzanne, for the introduction, and thank you, Ryan, for setting the scene so nicely. I would like to start by thanking Navel and Suzanne and everyone else who worked to organize this very nice workshop. I think it will have a number of interesting talks and some discussion, hopefully, during the day. As Suzanne said, I am acting as the chair of the Duchenne Data Foundation, the chair of the board of directors on my free time, really. My day job is as an artificial intelligence researcher. I'm heading an AI lab in Greece. And today I'm going to be talking a bit about an initiative that started last year in DDF, which we call the Duchenne Data Repository, and what the aims of this is. I'll start with a few words about the Duchenne Data Foundation. The Duchenne Data Foundation is an organization that is founded in the Netherlands, and it has been founded by patients, and we are working to make data used as much as possible, accessed as much as possible, and used as much as possible for the benefit of patients, of DMD and BMD patients. And in order to do that, there are a number of things that I believe make us, are important for us, and some of them are maybe unique to DDF, regarding how easy it is to access data, how open the data will be, how reusable, and so on. Things that are very much aligned to FAIR, and I'm pretty sure that FAIR will play an important role in the future of DDF anyway. Specifically to the Duchenne Data Repository, it is again all about FAIR, because what we are aiming at here is a unified environment that will include data, but primarily metadata. Because what we're really primarily interested here in is not necessarily to duplicate data that exists elsewhere, but to make sure that anyone who needs this data knows where to find it and how to access it, and has the possibility to get hold of the data and use it. And therefore, all the principles of FAIR play an important role of us. And again, I will stress that we aim to, we believe that making better use of the data will improve care and will accelerate the discovery of cures for DMD and BMD. Regarding the data itself, and how we want to manage it, with one characteristic of what we do is that we are disease focused. So we are only interested in data for DMD and BMD, but we are interested in all types of data related to DMD and BMD. So we're not only interested in data that comes from registries and clinical trials, but we're also interested in preclinical data, experimental data, any data that will be of use and can be of use to make it, to improve the possibilities of finding cures and helping patients. And we are interested in standardization. We are seeking to verify the repository with a core trust seal, and we are designing it in a way that will be fair by design. And regarding the technology that goes behind this, the repository that we're building, we do want to provide persistent storage whenever this is possible, whenever it is needed by the people who produce the data. But more importantly, we want to be able to link to other data sources. That's what we believe will provide more scalability to our efforts. And we also want to make sure that it is accessed by people and by computers. So we want to have also computer accessibility of the data in order to make it more easily usable for other processes like experimental discovery, data analysis, and so on. There are a number of projects that are already related, associated somehow to the repository. The big project, the big European project on the study of brain involvement in dystrophinopathies BIND is one of them. The big effort to create a registry hub for neuromuscular diseases in Europe is also linked, associated with the repository, but also some internal projects like the Duchenne map, which is a project that DTF had started and is rolling out at the moment, and also the Duchenne Data Platform, which is an initiative from the Dutch parent organization about a patient registry. Again, we're talking to how we can link to this information from the repository. And I'm not going to get too technical here, but I do want to give you an idea about the flow of the flow that we see for the data in the repository. I mentioned already, and you can see it here on the left of this picture, that we're looking at various different sources for data, and in many cases, the data will remain at the sources. In some cases, if the data remains at the sources, what will go into the repository is metadata, the metadata for the data that is stored elsewhere.
Kind reminder that you have about 1 to 2 minutes left. Thank you.
Okay. Then we have we may have to store some raw data in some cases, but in most cases we will be storing data that comes out of that is interpreted by people who work with this raw data. I mentioned already about the importance of verification and making sure that the data is available to people, but also to computers through fair data points and other interfaces. And just to give you an idea of what it looks like, this repository, beyond being a storage for data, it provides a collaborative environment for people to work on the data. So users are organized into teams, data sets are organized into packages, people can review the data, they can communicate with each other through the platform that we have created, and they can, and we store various versions of the data in order for people to be able to trace back changes that have happened on the data. And with this, I'm reaching my final slide. This is just the start. This is just the beginning for me, but it is an important initiative for us. We think that it will allow us to make data accessible to people and who need it for various purposes. And in order to do that, there are a number of things that we want to do. Most importantly, we want to create a sort of map of what DMD and BMD data exist out there and what efforts there are. We want to collaborate with people like DRISC and CITAP that Ryan mentioned earlier, in order to make sure that people can access the data that has been collected, and we want to scale up to different.
Yes, thank you very much, George. And especially about the whole scaling up of things, I think it would be of interest to listen to our next presenter, who will, I'm afraid, not be Barend Mons. We have another one just in between, which is Elizabeth Vroom, who will talk a little bit about the Duchenne data platform. And Barend, you're up next. I know you're ready. Thank you.
So the Duchenne data platform, it was already mentioned, and that is one of the activities patients started. And maybe I can have the next slide, Suzanne. So the Duchenne commitment to FAIR was that we really had a first workshop in 2019 with the idea that FAIR would help us to achieve our goals. We had certain goals, which we will show later, and one of them was really to have data be able to be connected to each other. And so we had this workshop. We published our Duchenne FAIR Data Declaration. Then in 2020, we dedicated FAIR team, we had that in place, and we started the DDP verification process. So as you all already understood, Nawel was crucial in this. And now in 2021, there's a further development for international registries and rollout to others Duchenne data sources. And here on the right side, and I know you have received them before, that is the Duchenne FAIR Declaration. It's on our website, it is published, and this is really what we adhere to. So next slide, please. So the Duchenne community took a position a couple of years ago by saying, what do we want? We saw everything happening, everybody with their arms around data and not being able even to reuse the data of your own child. So our points were, first of all, optimal reuse of data collected from different Duchenne data sources, and the collection of data relevant to patients, like the PROMs and the PROs. We learn more and more that the PROs, so the data source is directly from the patient and not an interpretation by a clinician, but really straight from the patient, become more and more important in drug reimbursement, drug licensing, and also care and for the families. Placebo data should be made available. We already mentioned that, but we also want clinical trial data to be returned to individual participants. We had our first project, Envision DMD, on that, where patients received their own clinical trial data, and patients should decide about the use of their own data. In that, although everybody said GDPR is a problem and it's a hurdle for data reuse, it's not, because if you put parents in the middle, they have the right to get their data in a machine readable, portable format. So that's the good news in Europe. And as I heard just from Brian, it's similar now in the US. And again, there's more to collect than just medical records. I think that's something like a trap we fell into, that everybody thought that only medical records and biomarkers would lead the way to all solutions. Well, it's not. So the next, please, Suzanne. So with FAIR, we will make data visiting possible. And we carry on believing in the power of linked health data. We will progress with our current verification process for Duchenne data platform and the repository, as George just mentioned. We want to motivate a wider Duchenne community to become FAIR aware and support those seeking to start their own FAIR journey with practical guidance. Stay informed with the latest FAIR developments, and this all is the purpose of our meeting, to be updated, to make people who are not aware more FAIR aware, and to offer our help. And then one of the things, maybe next slide, We already started to be involved with the data platform in a fair activity is in the Euro NMD data registry hub. George mentioned that already, and I think Peter Bram will tell something about this, but that's where 4 registries come together to build a data hub in a pilot funded by the EU to see how we can improve that between different registries with neuromuscular disorders, data platform being one of them. So then next. So I understand this slide is a bit small, but this is the Duchenne data platform we built. And we build that coming from the idea that patients are totally really in control of their own data. So for example, here you see around where you see the start, that's a patient where you can see that there's more around the patient than only his medical data. So it's a wider set of data and things important to the patient. And these data can be collected in their own data locker. You see the green arrow going to that data locker. The patient can lock their data there and decide themselves through a dynamic informed consent who they give access to their data. So you see at the left side, the clinician, he cannot just go in, but imagine the patient feels that their clinician could also go in. They can allow them whether it is to control the data, whether it is to learn from the data, or maybe even to put in the data. So then if you go to 3, you see a patient, and this data platform is also built so patients themselves can learn from the totality of data in this platform. So they can, through a dashboard, or now we have only FAQs, but in the future there will definitely also be a dashboard to see what data are there they could learn from, and they can ask questions. And then on the top you see the circle, and this circle is all these type of data we can store. So it's prose, as we already mentioned, really relevant for a lot of aspects. It can be e-health record that can be uploaded, for example, through a JSON file or similar. It can be wearables. It can be all kind of data that surround the patient can be put in this Duchenne data platform. Where you see the small white building, that is in fact where FAIR comes in. That is how institutes, companies, or research institution, or regulators, or whoever can ask to the system if they can visit the data. And again, there will be there is an oversight group who will decide what are realistic and ethical questions to ask to the platform, but the patient themselves always holds the key to their own data locker. And number 4, and these data are also important because for policy making, and it's important, but also like I remember being at the EMA and getting questions about Duchenne patients or what patients think. And then you always have to guess what you think the community thinks, right? But by having these data together, we can make much more informed comments to regulators and other people about what is relevant to patients. And then the number 5 is the idea that patients want to know what is the next step. We did a user experience test with the people who are in the data, in the platform, or who wanted to go there. And to them, it's also relevant to see, like, if I stand now here, what is realistic where I will be in 5 years, also because they need to prepare for the future. So I will leave it here because I know timing is tight, but tonight for the patient organization, we will further explore this Duchenne data platform where patients in different languages can join. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth. And indeed, like we said, tonight we have more time for this Duchenne data platform and how we try to roll out it internationally. So thanks for that. Now, we had an update on Duchenne FAIR initiatives. Now we hop on to emerging FAIR data solutions around the world. And for that, we have invited Dr. Barend Mons. He's a chair of the high-level expert group of the European Open Science Cloud, and he's an ambassador of GoFair. Next to that, he also a president of the CoData, and today he will present here the Fair in Times of Crisis, Fair for Rare. Barend, glad to have you, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. I had to unmute. I'm very honored to be here again and see Elizabeth again. And it's funny that I will try to catch up sometime because I can be brief. We have Peter Bram and Marco later. They know much more about the details than I do. And actually during the movie, which is wonderful, by the way, and the previous lectures, I could remove some slides because some things are apparently totally obvious to this community. So that's the good news. So let's start by going back to that. When we published the FAIR guiding principles in 2016, it's now soon going over 4,000 citations, but we always joke that half of the people that cite the article have never read it. And if you get even more cynical, our own CTO, Luis Bonino, always says, well, I think half the authors didn't read it. So a lot of people abuse the hype term FAIR now to call everything that is vaguely findable and accessible FAIR. But I was very happy to see that you fully recognize what we put in the original abstract already, that we really focus on machine readability, which makes it also more readable for people, of course. But I can already catch up some time because I hope nobody in this room is not aware of that, so we don't have to go through the FAIR principles at all. I would like to focus for a few minutes on how a good crisis doesn't get wasted, because now we have COVID and suddenly people realize the importance of FAIR. So we immediately started in GoFair, VODAN, the Virus Outbreak Data Network, which has already FAIR data points in Africa, about 9 in 7 different countries, and so on. It was immediately endorsed by CoData, GoFair, also the Research Data Alliance and the World Data System, funded by Zonnebay, Philips Foundation, and a few others. So suddenly, all the things we had been evangelizing for years, sure, FAIR, data, I don't care, suddenly became important. And of course, the distributed learning that I was ready to go and explain, but Elizabeth did it in the movie, beautiful. This is, of course, for rare diseases, the argument is always, oh, you don't have enough patients in each country to say something useful. But imagine China sending their COVID data to the United States when the orange baboon was still there. I mean, there's no way that they would share data. So the data will stay in the country by definition, and we will try and claim in a project that we now have, the Trusted World of Corona, that if we would have had data visiting in March last year, and we could have visited the data from China, Iran, and Italy, we would have dexamethasone and a number of other treatments much earlier, because it took forever to get enough data to get a grip on what the virus was doing. So it's a beautiful demonstration of how distributed learning is important. And what I did not see in your presentations, but is extremely important in TWOC, the Trusted World of Corona, and Marco can explain later, and Peter Bram is also involved, that it might become TWOCs for any disease. So we're talking to the Joint Research Center to extend this very quickly to cancer and rare diseases. So we already had a discussion with them on this, and they have committed to this, is that you also have the green dots here are patient data or citizen data, real world observations. But then you have, of course, the big database in EBI and the Human Protein Atlas and NCBI in the United States, which is more open data. And the combination of real world observations with established knowledge is, of course, what we are all waiting for. So we are combining these things. And I just quickly put this up. Elizabeth challenged me, and I found out it was actually August 2018 when I tried to find the old paper that I wrote for you, Elizabeth, years ago, which was already described. Let us use our own data, and not only as something talking to, quote, ourselves and saying, let's do it, but also that you told me that you cannot even get justice data out of LUMC, and even if it's law now. So by visiting them and leaving them where they are, of course, we can probably realize this vision finally, where we should indeed move, and I was glad hearing that as well, from seeing the patient or the citizen as a data donor to being an active citizen. And specifically, which we already wrote in this little paper years ago, is that for virtually every rare disease, there will be a sort of an Elizabeth, you know, a parent or somebody who has a PhD and can do research. So it's very valuable that the patient societies in rare diseases can actually help doing research if they would have access both to their own data and other real world observations, and of course the established data that we already have collected now from over 275 databases. So this is done now also together with the Dutch AI Coalition and TNO. There is a running system where you can actually visit data that are distributed. It's all early days, but just to show you that this is no longer a dream, this is actually working. And of course, fair data are not open data necessarily. So in talk, we visit the data by virtual machines soon. This is all in development. And of course, human researchers, they come together in so-called rooms like this one, a Zoom room. And of course, the data, as I heard before, was very good. Separate the metadata from the data. So Elizabeth, in your picture, you may have to add a fair data point on top of the PGO, the vault, but I will come to that in my next slide. Because if you go to the metadata, and those can be very rich, which is part of the FAIR principles, there could be saying in the metadata, you have no access to the data. The data are in the vault. Hopefully, most of them will, like these two, you have access to the real data. Sometimes the metadata could say the data are not fair yet. So the first time you want to use them for machines, you probably have to verify them and then republish them in fair format and they become this thing. Sometimes the question is too sensitive. That's number 9. Sometimes the data don't have to be fair. So there's another mistake people make, like, oh, all data have to be fair. No. For example, if you have DICOM format pictures of CT scans of the lungs, and the learning algorithm knows in the metadata that it can access the data, it is still okay because it can learn on DICOM pictures. That's distributed learning versus distributed analytics. And we have, of course, archive data that may be still uploaded. So the metadata tell the machines and people that sometimes you have to wait for a few days, as happens in CERN. I also showed this to CERN, where you have a lot of tapes with petabytes of data in the basement, and they have to upload them, and you can come back the next day to analyze them. So I would like to spend a minute on this slide because one worry and or surprise that I had when you showed your slide, Elizabeth, and I heard earlier, the whole GDPR issue can theoretically be circumvented, of course, or used by distributed learning. But the whole idea that the citizen is control of their own data, so far to me is a paper tiger. Because nobody has simple explanations, simple tools to make those choices, and so on. And as long as those are not there, it remains an illusion. So what we are setting up now, again pushed by a COVID crisis, and in this case, for those who are not Dutch, we had a little scandal a few weeks ago that all the data that are, for example, registered by testing for COVID of the GGDR, distributed health system, were actually on the street and sold to criminals for fishing expeditions. So it was a big scandal, and that drove the top sector, life sciences and health, to ask us to submit this proposal. This is a summary. So we will capture from 3 different tests the data as a test, proof of concept, and then we say that the citizen needs to make 3 decisions. And this is as true for Duchenne patients, of course, or their parents, as it is for people being tested or vaccinated for COVID, where you say, okay, my data should go to a vault, a PGO, a locker, but my metadata should go to a fair data point. We are working in this project on a fair data point in the cloud, which you can start with one press of a button, which is of course connected to your vault, a sort of portal in front of it. It's all fair data here. This is not necessarily fair. And these data are doubly encrypted, polymorphically encrypted. So even if people break into your vault, they don't know what they mean. Here, for example, you could have your age, and here you could have your birth date. So that's much more difficult to re-identify you. And then the people and the virtual machines go to the fair data point first. and you can derive a passport from it. This is all COVID, of course. But very importantly, we are now developing in Leiden, in the Leiden Center for Computational Oncology, and again, Marco knows more about it because I have to leave soon, a fair digital twin of a patient or a tumor, and you could start using the fair data file to do research. So you could have everything we know about Duchenne and say, is there some new gene or are there new potential drugs? So you become a citizen scientist in this thing. So this we will now submit on the 17th of March. And I would love to have your project as a reviewer to see whether what we produce here, which is obviously not COVID specific, is what you need. Or maybe you already tell us we have some stuff, we have different level of consent, because I said what we need with all these data coming in, we need what we call in the Netherlands a Jip and Janneke folder, or maybe for young people, a influencer on TikTok telling them, okay, you're waiting in line for your test or for your vaccine, your data should go there, press 4 here, get it done. So to make that easy is an extremely important point so that we can finally do things like we did, and then I stopped. We made a disease model with fair data for COVID, and we can basically show how dexamethasone zone is rationalized. And essentially, this is an artist impression, of course. You could have the data model. This could be the data model for Duchenne. And here we are already rationalizing all drugs that have been mentioned as potentially useful for COVID. So why not for Duchenne? So I think the key message is, let's work together to make it easy for patients to give consent, to understand what they're doing, and to be truly in control of the reuse of their own data at different levels without having to press 50,000 times per day yes or no on your smartphone. Of course, that's clear. So that would be my pitch, and the details and the fact that it is not just nonsense, as we say in Leiden. You can ask other questions to Peter Bram and Marco, but I will hang out for a little bit.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Wow, thank you very much, Barend, and thank you for this intense presentation. I like the whole fact about the paper tigers and the digital twins and the Jip and Janneke taal, because that makes it a much more real for everyone, and that makes it a lot easier for everyone to understand. So thank you.
Well, I would be extremely interested if everything that Elizabeth showed in this beautiful ganzenbord picture, how far things are there. Have you thought about different levels of consent? Because you could actually contribute maybe what you have as an experience and to the project that we are doing for COVID now. So let's talk ASAP after the meeting, okay?
Yeah, we will follow up. I would love to. We indeed have different levels of consent and dynamic informed consent, but I love to. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you so much for being here, because at the end I can't thank you because you're gone. Thank you so much for spending your precious time with us. Thank you.
I'll say a little bit. Okay.
Thank you very much, Barend. And let's hop on to your colleague, Peter Bram at Hoen, because I think that one is also building on your presentation, because we're moving on to the next one, and it's titled Data Sharing for Duchenne Muscular Dystrophy in the Context of European Reference Networks. Now, Peter Bram, you're the Chair of Informatics at the Radboud University Medical Center, and you're the project co-lead of the Personal Health Train, which you also presented last time. Please explain us, what is the whole data sharing for DMD in the context of ERNs?
Yes, thank you, Suzanne, and thank you also, Barend, for paving the way, not only in this meeting, but also paving the way globally in all the FAIR efforts that are going on. So what's happening in the European reference networks? So the European reference networks, there are 24 of them, are networks of healthcare providers in Europe, and they are built around the expert centers for groups of rare diseases. The one relevant for Duchenne is EuroNMD, and you heard already about it from Elizabeth. And European Reference Network's main objectives are to make sure that every patient in Europe has equal access to diagnosis, care, and treatment. This is mainly achieved through video consultations between disease experts in Europe. So they have a primary focus on patient care, but they're also coordinating the research agenda. And one of the main activities at the moment is also to set up a patient registry for the group of rare diseases that they are responsible for. What can we achieve then in the end? Well, an example question that would be in focus here is that we would like to know what the differences are in the age of loss of ambulation as a result of steroid use in Duchenne patients across European countries. And that also features the importance of comparing standards of care across Europe and making sure that patients get access to care of equal quality. To be able to answer questions like this, we need to combine information from different sources, in particular information from different countries that are not so easy to be shared. Working with these fragmented data, the standard and default option is to bring all this data together in a central database. I refer to this as the YAD syndrome, which is actually not such a rare syndrome, but actually a very common disease. It stands for yet another database. And that's actually what we are not trying to do, because we think centralization is not the way forward. It means a lot of double work. It means trying to sustain an additional resource where there is already so many individual resources there. It comes with synchronization issues. So if you update information on one place, it needs to be updated on another place as well. And it comes with ownership issues and legal constraints. Sometimes it may be unavoidable, but we think that the data sharing paradigm should be replaced by the data visiting paradigm. And that was already nicely illustrated by the previous speakers. You could also refer to this process as a federated analysis, an analysis where you do analysis on individual resources and later on combine the results. And that can be very complicated analysis, such as machine learning approaches, but it can also be trying to answer very simple questions like how many patients with a given diagnosis are there in your database. When we apply this concept to the European reference networks in the context of patient registries, this means that the patient registries, the individual patient registries, should be fair, that we should be able to register all patients, but not necessarily all in the same database, but that we should optimally exploit the information that is already present in existing registries. And that was also the philosophy behind the EuroNMD registry project. EuroNMD, the ERN for neuromuscular disorders, that is led by Teresina Evangelista from Paris, and where we are building a EuroNMD registry under the supervision of Adrian Tassoni from Freiburg. As I said, this is aimed at improving clinical care, so not so much a research-oriented database, fair from the start, and we're working initially with a limited set of common data elements that are defined by the JRC, the Commission from the European Union. We are working in this project also to extend this common data elements to disease-specific data elements that are relevant to Duchenne and other neuromuscular disorders. And we're working towards the incorporation of patient-reported outcome measures, as you will see later, also, for example, in the Duchenne data platform. So this central registry hub needs to be interoperable with other data sources, including the Duchenne data platform. And the Duchenne data platform is one of the pilot registries where we would like to demonstrate interoperability with. In the end, we would do this federated analysis, and the European Joint Programme on Rare Diseases is actively working with us on a federated platform for doing this kind of federated analysis and queries. So again, the patient, the clinician, or the researcher here at the center being able to consult all these individual resources, including the EuroNMD registry and the Duchenne data platform together. When working on FAIR, it is important to combine our FAIR efforts, because working according to the FAIR principles only pays off when all the relevant resources that we need become fair. Only then FAIR can increase efficiency and speed in therapy development. And patients and patient organizations, you have seen that already today, are important drivers for this, because incentives for researchers and clinicians are still too limited. We are working on that as well. But currently, the need we need actually the patients and patient organizations to drive this further. And the Duchenne community really has set an example in this area. We will get help from the European Joint Program on Rare Diseases, and we're actively working with them also in our EuroNMD and Duchenne efforts. And we're not on our own. Barend already sketched out to you the FAIR developments around us. FAIR is everywhere. As Barend said, that is both a blessing and a threat. But there is also a lot of interest from pharmaceutical industry, where Janssen is, for example, leading on a FAIR data project. We see that it is the basis of the European Open Science Cloud and European Health Data Space. We see increasingly sharing of semantic data models that are underlying all these FAIR resources. And we see a lot of attention for machine-readable informed consent, generalized authentication and authorization mechanisms. So we're not on this on our own, and we can actually benefit from all the developments that we see around us, and still are leading on the more patient-oriented, patient-driven developments that we are spearheading ourselves. With that, I would like to close and acknowledge these people who contributed to this presentation, and also to the work that we are jointly doing on the EuroNMD registry.
Thank you very much, Beze Bram. And I will actually put the link to the EuroNMD Registry Hub, which is the project that we're doing in the chat in a minute, so we can take a look. So thanks for that, Beze Bram. And I think we move on to another colleague of you, which is Marco Roos. And we keep building on these patient organizations, because Marco, your presentation will be about activating FAIR data and why patient organizations matter. And about Marco, you're an associate professor at the Leiden University Medical Center. You're the group leader of the LUMC Biosemantics group. Marco, we're very happy to have you here, and the floor is all yours.
Thank you. And can you see my presentation?
Yep, we can see you and
correctly. Yeah, okay. Thanks. So first, thank you all for the invitation and being able to talk to you. You have great speakers and a great audience, I might add. And it's just to show how great it is. You have the first and the last author of the FAIR Principles paper. So at least two people in the group here have read it or even written it. So I'm going to talk to you about activating your FAIR data and why patient organizations matter. Next, I hope I'll go to the next slide. Yeah, so that relates to, and I've talked about this before, for game changers and the aspect of democratization that can be part of changing the game. And in the previous presentation, oh yeah, and the important point here is that the adoption of FAIR principles requires a culture change in how we manage data. So that obviously has a lot to do with game changing. So in previous presentations, I've shown this slide. I often use this analogy for this is a game changing curve, as you see here. And the analogy is with what happened in photography. And what we've seen there is that there's current players that are often resistant to change, but in the end, late adopters will become irrelevant. We've seen that with Kodak, right? That went bankrupt. Then there's disruptors, game changers, and in the end, you have a completely new end game. And in the case of photography, the disruptors were the mobile phones with digital cameras on it. And the new end game is that we are all making photos now. So that's where the democratization came in. In relation to the adoption of FAIR, we also need disruption. And I've talked before about how patient organizations can play a role and how we sort of expect the patient organization will play a critical role in that disruption. Now, I would like to focus a little bit on the democratization that is at the end of this, and that will lead me back to disruption later on. And for that, I would like to take a quick peek at the world behind web interfaces. We're all used to looking at web interfaces, and here's one. This is the largest protein database, human protein database called Nextprot. It's managed in Switzerland. And here you see the human interface. So this is where we find information about protein. But there's a whole world behind this, a world for computers. So this is Nextprot's computer interface. And this is the same information, actually a part of that information, but then in a computer readable language, not for us, for computers. And computers speak this language, and it kind of creates intelligent data that computers can speak with. And on the left, you see what computers, the computer talk. And on the right, you see the result of that computer question. And in this case, the computer was nice enough to translate it back to human readable terms. So that's what you see here. Now, why am I telling you this? Why am I showing you this? So obviously the take-home lesson. Oh, I forgot one thing. Yeah. So this question is not only for one resource, but a computer can ask many resources at the same time. And that's what you see here. You have Nextprot has this computer interface, Orphanet has it, there's Pathways, and many more. Yeah. So why am I telling you this? Obviously, the point I'm making here is that you should all become computers. Obviously, no, that's not the thing I want to take home lesson. The take home lesson here is that fair is fair for everyone. This is available now, and it's available for anyone. And computers can also ask questions on our behalf. So questions, for instance, that are relevant for Duchenne patients. And that question can be conveyed by computers. And that is all available allows us to build lightweight applications on top of fair data. And here I show you a little example of something we've done in the past, just as an example. And that was actually done on mock-up registry data, because most registry data is not part of that as well. And here you see how we ask that question, and we can get results from multiple sources. And the computer is asking that question for us. Yeah. And then, as I mentioned, fair is fair for all stakeholders. So doctors, citizens, patients, researchers, anyone who has a question can ask those, can make use of that. So that's part of the democratization. And obviously that then also pertains to patient and patient organizations. So patient organizations can build lightweight applications on top of fair resources, or have them built, of course. And that is much cheaper than building a complete new warehouse, importing everything and trying to maintain all that. It's more lightweight. And the other part is that fair is sexy for data scientists. So by making things much more findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable, the reuse is easier. And that could be as important as funding, because then data scientists will go to those resources and use them. And another point is that also as data scientists, we like your questions. We like to develop methods, but we'd like to hear what questions we need to answer with those methods from you. A status quo at the moment is that there's only a few registries that are actually fair. So there's some work to do there. So coming back to this game-changing curve, so we've shown you now about the democratization. And obviously, when you get involved in the disruption, so that's why we really like patient organizations to get involved, you can steer a little bit on what this end game will be. It's very important to be involved. So this is my last slide. So disruption in practice, and that's where the Duchenne Parent Project is helping. So how to make this connection between the domain experts, the Duchenne experts, and the FAIR or data experts. Well, some observations. Patients organizations, and that's often what we get this question, need technical guidance on FAIR. That's obviously true. But at the same time, we as FAIR experts, data scientists, we need guidance too. And disruption towards patient goals requires patient organizations to leading the verification project, and Duchenne is an example of that. I think one of the really smart things of Elizabeth is that she soon quickly saw what our need was, and that was not that the Duchenne organization should hire technical people, but actually a person who makes things happen. So that's the big role that Nawel plays for us. She is the disruption engine for us between the technical people and what is needed for the Duchenne community. So with that, I would like to thank you for your attention, and lots of people have helped with this, of course. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Marco, for your presentation. And I am so glad to have Nawel to bring sexy back when it comes about data and verification in Duchenne data. So thank you, Marco. Thank you for your team. And let's move on actually to the next presentation of this part, at least, of the meeting. We have a presentation made by Caroline Groenen. Unfortunately, she wouldn't be able to be here. That's why Bruna dos Santos Vieira recorded the presentation for us, and it will be titled "De Novo Verification of a Registry for Vascular Anomalies." I'm sorry, a bit of a hiccup. What did we learn from that? And for that, I will share my screen for the following presentation. And just about Bruna, she's the FAIR Data Steward at the Radboud University Medical Center. She is with us today. So if you have any questions or comments, please use the chat. She's also keeping an eye on that. At the same time, if you have any other questions or comments during all the previous presentations, please put them in the chat, because after this one, we have a small panel discussion and we still have all our experts here. So please ask them anything. And for that, I will share my screen and I will start with the video.
Good afternoon, I'm Bruna and I'm going to talk about the de novo verification process in the VASCA registry and which lessons we learned throughout the way. The VASCA registry aims at making the European minimal dataset for rare diseases fair and collect the data for it. VASCA is part of VASCERN, the European reference network on multisystemic vascular diseases, and we include 9 centers across Europe with their own local database. The de novo verification process is kind of merged with a standard research process. They occur at the same time so that data is made fair as it is collected. Pre-verification, the step 1, is the guiding north of the whole process. It's when you consider the objective, why are you going fair, and define which data you want to actually make fair. In our case, we chose to go fair with the de novo process because all verification is done before data collection. As soon as data is entered in the EDC system, data is made fair automatically and in real time. No repeated post hoc steps are necessary, so after you do this process 1, you are good to go. It's seamless for the patient and the clinicians, and it's seamless because once the system is in place, it all happens in the background and automatically. And in the end, it lowers the burden on data managers and the registry managers as well during the verification and later on data reuse. It is the hard work done only once. So regarding which data to collect, in our case, we decided to collect data based on this minimal data set developed by the European Joint Research Centers for rare disease registries. You can later access this minimal data set via the link in the bottom. The step 2, facilitating verification, is the beginning of the FAIR setup in your electronic data capture system. You will look for FAIR standards to represent your data and prepare for data collection. It involves the electronic case report form, semantic model, and the actual FAIR data conversion. For the first part, the electronic case report form, in our case, we reflected the minimal dataset variables in this form that is used to collect data. And the system you're seeing here is Castor EDC. Regarding the semantic model, you can either create or reuse one. We created a computer-friendly model for the minimal dataset. This model organizes the data as a graph. It contains pointers for the precise definition of each variable and also the relation between them, so that the computer understands the dataset as much as we do. And we use URLs to connect every variable and relation, or as we know, links. Creating such a model involves data semantic modelers, experts, data stewards, and clinicians or domain experts to sit together and get consensus on the meaning and type of relations in the data. It is a complex process. That's why we advise the reuse of existing models as much as possible. And this is a great example for if you're going to collect the EU minimal dataset. It's not only finding a semantic model or creating one, you also need to implement the model in the case report form. So the electronic data capture software that you choose is very important. They play a big role in making the process easier to clinicians, researchers, and the data managers. Examples of FAIR-friendly systems are Castor, Mogenis, and RedCap, but there may be others out there. The rest of the verification steps involve the standard data collection process with informed consent form and data entry, as we know. The conversion to actual FAIR data happens in real time in our EDC system. After that, the FAIR data and the metadata, which are already FAIR as well, are made available in Castor's FAIR data point, in our case. The data reuse respects our own data policy and can be different for each hospital. So even though we are all connected federatedly or in a fair way, no one loses control over their local databases. The VASCA registry has completed all 5 steps of the de novo verification in one center, and we are mostly on step 2, so facilitating verification in the other remaining centers. After data collection starts in at least one of the other centers, where we aim to demonstrate real-time interoperability, which means send federated queries that can be answered in real time to the different local databases. At the moment, you can find the VASCA registry in the Castor FAIR data point with this link, and in the European Directory of Registries. The VASCA project made many developed resources available to the rare disease community, such as the de novo verification process, which is available in preprint at the moment. There we discuss in depth all the steps. We bring practical considerations. We talk about the team of experts that we involved, and much more. We also made available the code book that we use to create the case report form. And this code book is interoperable in itself. You can use in Castor, you can use in RedCap, and in other EDC systems. The semantic model, which was started by this project and now is being maintained by a big group of experts in the EJPRD project, is also available, including implementation examples. After going through it all, a resume of our tips could be: think carefully about the variables that you would like to collect and take the time to define them clearly. Multidisciplinary team at the same table. So we know that setting up a semantic model requires some technical knowledge, but you also need to interpret the meaning of each variable as well, and for that you need the domain experts or the clinicians. Discuss your FAIR needs with the electronic data capture software provider before closing any deal, for example. And try to reuse existing standards, infrastructure, and resources in general. Do not reinvent the wheel. And on the same sense of saving your own resources, try to team up with bigger projects, such as the European Reference Networks for Rare Disease and the European Joint Programme for Rare Disease. And if we're not on the same boat, for sure we are on the same journey towards a more fair or fairer data environment. We'd like to acknowledge the group of amazing people in the VASCA team and in the European Joint Programme for Rare Diseases, and of course the organization of this special event. Thank you for listening.
Well, thank you very much, Bruna, for this presentation. Now I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and I think we've arrived at the open discussion. We still have all our very expert speakers here. We have Barend Mons, Peter Bram het Hoem, Marco Roos, and Bruna dos Santos. We have Elizabeth Rome as well. And Nawel, so I would like to say, I mean, Nawel, you probably kept an eye on the chat. What are any insights and questions that you saw passing by? And what are questions we want to ask our experts?
Well, I haven't seen questions yet. I might have missed one, but please do let us know. But I do have a couple of questions, so maybe I could start. I have one for Baron. Hello, Baron. Not long ago, at the CoData conference, you had an interesting thought about quality of data versus provenance of data. Would you be kind to share those thoughts with us?
Yeah. At the risk that is Mark Wilkinson already here?
Yes, he is.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
He will probably shoot at me, but we'll see. Now, seriously, every time that we talk about FAIR, there is always a question about, oh, what about quality of data? And what my standard answer is that, first of all, FAIR as such, the guiding principles, do not say anything about the original quality of the data, not the quality of the fairness of the data, but the data. You could have completely bogus data. Actually, we do that on purpose now, synthetic data, and make them fair, as in findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable for that particular purpose. So quality is in the eye of the beholder. We were talking about self-reporting. I mean, I wear this watch and it measures my oxygen, my steps, my heart rate, and we know it's lousy data. But if you have 1 million smartwatches, you will still be able to make a conclusion. So that's why I say always provenance, which is a very important part of the FAIR principles, is more important than quality as such. First of all, quality for what purpose, and that's part of the R principles, fit for purposeness, for the purpose you want to use the data for. And I want to be able to filter out at will self-reporting versus, data from a certain country or before a certain time or without a certain level of scientific rigor. So provenance will allow you to selectively include data in your analysis and exclude it if the provenance is strong enough. Finally, saying that I think that 70%, if not more, of the so-called reproducibility crisis that we face today is not that the conclusions of the paper were wrong, or they didn't do the experiment, or they did it wrong. They do not provide sufficient provenance and evidence on the workflows and the versioning they used to repeat the experiment. And that is why you don't get the same results. Oh, the scientists that made 3 more workflow releases without having a version release system, of course, and without telling anyone. So logical, you get different results. So quality is not addressed per se by FAIR, the quality of the original data, by design.
Maybe I can add something to that. That is sort of a generalization of what you're saying, Barend, in that, and relating a little bit back to my story where I talked about democratization. That's, I think I presented it in the context of that more types of people can ask questions to the data. But I think it's also true that you can more efficiently ask different types of questions to the data. So the breadth of types of questions that you can ask increases because the threshold to do them decreases. Now it takes a typical data analyst at least 6 months to make a data set usable. And if you have multiple data sets, it's even worse. So you have to be very selective on what we ask. If data sets become more and more fair and more data sets become fair, we also increase the types of questions, including questions that relate to quality, because you want to assess how things were collected, what methods, for instance, was collected. I only want data from methods that were that had this kind of that were generated by this kind of machine, for instance, because I trust them more than the other type of machine. That becomes possible.
Thank you very much to both. I don't know if you have more questions. Please do not be shy. Write them so we can read them.
There are a couple of now, right, Nawel?
I can't see. I think
yeah, so there has been there has been quite some discussion on existing standards such as FHIR and CDISC and how they relate to the semantic models that were demoed. Yeah, perhaps Bruna can also say something about these ongoing mapping activities.
Yes, we also have Rajaram and Marco and Mark here, which is great. There is a mapping group in the EJPRD project that is trying to map the semantic model that I demonstrated with other standards such as CDISC and OMOP, as it was mentioned in the chat. And we are looking also for registries or other databases that are using certain standards, and we can then align the work and try to not repeat individually the same work.
Yeah, and maybe I can add to that it's just a characteristic of our community, of the biomedical community. We never have one agreed upon model for anything. That's just, unfortunately, that's just a characteristic of our domain. So we always have to do a few, at least, hopefully fewer and fewer, but we'll always have to do some mappings. I think some of the deeper levels of FAIR, we're also working on sort of having models behind the models, standards behind the standards, to remedy this a little bit. But that's just how it is in our domain. Does it answer the people who raise those issues? Does it answer their questions? There's Jacek and others.
I hear nothing, so I think
that should be good. Okay, well, I have a question for Peter Bram. Peter Bram, the registry of EuroNMD is called EuroNMD Registry Hub. If both the Registry Hub and the Duchenne Data Platform that Elizabeth has introduced earlier are both FAIR, because they're going to be connected at one point, and they can be queried as if they were one database, then is the term hub still relevant?
Not so much, I would say. So basically, it's a whole network of registries in the end. The hub thing could be that there is a kind of central place to query, to have queries on neuromuscular disease patients, for example, and that you don't have to figure out upfront which registries you want to query or to select for your queries.
Thank you, Peter Bram. It looks like it's just me asking questions. Surely you have questions as well.
Yeah. So Nawel, there was a question, and I think I guess not everyone is necessarily looking at the chat. So there was a question about verification before you start collecting versus verification after you have already collected basically legacy data, for instance. And maybe there's also a whole thread of answers on it, and it will be addressed in upcoming presentations. But maybe Mark Wilkinson would like to say a few words about it. And
I could, yeah. I was actually just typing my answer, so now I've been invited to speak it. One of the comments in the chat was that verification up front is better and in the end cheaper. I would agree with that, so long as you don't already have a lot of investment in the infrastructure. If you have a database and a web front end and an app that is gathering data from individuals, you don't really want to have to rewrite all of that. So the decision, I think, is one you would have to take carefully. What I would say is that there are small things you can do without changing your infrastructure that make it tremendously easier to do the post-gathering verification. So if you are collecting data facets using controlled vocabularies or ontologies, that's a huge step forward. You don't have to go completely fair on your back end, but if you make it easier for us to do that final step, that's somewhere in between the fair at birth and a full transformation effort at the end. So that would be my comment, is that you can do little things that help us a lot. Yeah.
Maybe I can add to that. The more structured your data source already is, the easier it gets to do the post-hoc verification. And to reiterate your point, Mark, remember Baren's first slide where it said the machine knows what I mean, right? Often, or he highlighted the machine readability. This is the ontology terms tell us what it means in an unequivocal way. Otherwise, we have to second guess what everything means, and that's a huge time consumer for in the verification process. Yeah, I see hands up, by the way, Noel.
That's correct, Marco. And I think I saw Pietro's hand first, so he can go first.
Thanks for the priority. Yeah, so I am all for sharing data. I think there's only to gain by sharing data, but I would like to know if there is any proof that the fair metadata that is connected, for example, to the clinical data collected in the past, if that provides value, what much of the extra variation is explained by this fair metadata, what is the prognostic capacity of it, right? It's a huge effort to make this fair. So I would like to just know if there is any proof already of the potential of that on a single data set, for example, for Duchenne.
That's of course very early days because there is not so much fair metadata yet of that quality, but a bit related to what Mark said, it's a choice how much of the original data you actually include in the metadata. Technically, they are not different in the sense that what's the definition of metadata? Data about data. So, for example, you could decide, as I gave a small example, to put your birth date in your vault and your age in your metadata. You could say, I have sequenced my entire genome, but I only put some of my variants in my metadata, knowing that some other variants that I don't want to share are in my vault. So the separation between metadata and data is extremely important for many reasons. Not only that you don't want to download a petabyte of data if the metadata say, watch out, the real data are a petabyte. So it all depends on how much you put actually in terms of real information on aggregated data in your metadata, rather than just saying the data are there. That's the minimal. So the richness of the metadata that is part of FAIR is of course a social contract or a community decision. What is the minimal value of these data? But I'll give you a practical example that is coming up right now. So in the TWOC project, we have a company called Roche. They have monoclonal tocilizumab, which has recently been tested for COVID. And they put an endpoint. They gave it to relatively random patients. They didn't meet the endpoint. So you could say the clinical trial failed. Clinical trial cost them a lot of money. And they say, if we would have been able to go to metadata that, for example, contains the level of IL-6 of patients that come to the IC and so on. So this is sort of aggregated level of data. Then we could probably have discovered a pattern way before we made a big mistake in the clinical trial design, that we should only give tocilizumab to people early on when the cytokine storm is not yet fully blown and it makes no sense to inhibit IL-6 anymore. That is maybe a bit biotechnical, but so they will now put their own clinical trial data in a fair data point, at least that's their plan, to share it with established knowledge. So it's the real answer is, it is a choice of the community how rich you make your metadata.
Right, so I understand that. So I think it's known by FDA shows that there's 3 times more chance of a success of a clinical trial when you have biomarkers. I wonder what is the extra success with the metadata, for example, and if you want, and if you have proof to show that, for example, in the next 2 years. I think it's more I'm all for sharing data, but I just want like to know how this effort is combined with some proof that this metadata is extra useful. I think it's a fair ask.
Yeah, of course. And of course, if anyone has early examples where this has already proven its added value, then we are very interested. But maybe one little challenge also to keep the discussion going, next to my mantra that the machine knows what I mean to summarize FAIR for lay people, I now also have a slide saying the end of data sharing. And of course you say I'm all for sharing data, and I know in this case what you mean. But if you say data sharing to 90% of people in the field, they think that they have to physically send their data somewhere else. And I cannot share data from the LUMC with others. It's patient data. But data visiting, as we heard many times today, and I'm so glad the term has been taken over consistently also in Duchenne, that's a subtle, because it's a form of data sharing, you could argue, but it is a very subtle difference in the psychology of people that they keep control of their data. They allow virtual machines to come in and learn on the data or people. So you have a number of things. You don't send it out, you don't violate GDPR, and if you feel that what people do on your data costs you a lot of time and money, you could claim even co-authorship of the paper or whatever. So keeping control of the data is important for GDPR type issues and patient and ethical issues. But even for scientists, it's important that there is now a way to reuse data, the R of FAIR, without, quote, sharing them in the classical sense. That's just a nice thing to say in talks. When I start my talks with the end of data sharing, most people wake up again after losing away.
And maybe I can add a point, Bernd, on the usefulness of metadata, and especially in the health domain. A lot of it's probably also good to mention that the richness of metadata are under the reusability criteria, and that's where the power of metadata often comes in when you want to reuse data. And we've come across that many times now, that not only is it's often not, for instance, consent is part of the metadata. And often it's not the problem whether the consent has been given or not, but unclarity. We just don't know. And that's end of story. Then we cannot use the data. So if you want your data to be reused, provide that rich metadata, because later on, other people then know, oh, I can use it, and it's done by this person, I know who to acknowledge. If all that information is missing, then it's often end of the story. You cannot use the data.
No, and it's even stronger for the pharma. They will not use data unless there is a clear license and consent on it. Because if they submit a big file to EMA or FDA, and in hindsight they were not allowed to use some subsets of data, they can start all over again. So it could cost them a lot of money, and there is even companies in the US that have as a business model sue the pharma. So, you know, they will want to know for sure they are allowed to use the data.
Well, that was a very good, interesting questions and answers. Thank you very much. It's just I'm mindful of the time, and we really want to give you 15 minutes break. I saw that Tony had a question, but Tony is will be part of the next panel discussion, so he can ask the question himself. So if it's okay with you all, we take 15 minutes break and we come back at 3 p.m. For Mark's talk. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's all reconvene at the full hour. And I already saw some other questions in the chat. The next presenter will actually be the original author of FAIR Principles that you already heard as well, Mark Wilkinson. So if you have any questions that have not been answered, please put them in the chat and Mark will try to answer them all. So thanks very much and see you all back in 15 minutes. Bye. Hello everyone and welcome back after the break to the Duchenne FAIR data sharing meeting. I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I would like to introduce you to our next speaker. His name is Mark Wilkinson. You might already heard about him just now, and literally the next 10 minutes will be about the Ask Me Anything, and we are talking about the top-notch when we're talking about FAIR data. He's the original author of the FAIR principles. He's one of the experts making the Duchenne data platform FAIR, and he has received the Isaac Perel Distinguished Researcher. So, Mark, I think the floor is all yours. I'm happy to have you here. If you have any slides, you can share your screen.
Yeah, I'm ready. So there. Okay, so this is going to be a little bit different. Rather than create a slide deck about what I wanted to talk about, I thought I would put it out to the audience and ask if there was something they wanted me to talk about. So this is a quick chat based on questions that were provided to me by you. So one of the questions was, in the earlier days, and when were you thinking about the concept of FAIR? What was the vision? So I need to clarify, the history and vision of FAIR is Barend. I was primarily an enthusiastic geek. Barend was a visionary. But I can tell you how I came to know him and how that meeting aligned with what eventually became known as FAIR. So if we go back to 2003, there was an Oriel eBiosci meeting called Dealing with the Data Deluge, and that's where I first met Barend. And at the time, he was focused on indexing concepts in biomedical text to assist with search and query, and I was working on indexing structures of biomedical data to improve interoperability and matchmaking. And of course, what we now know as FAIR is about both concepts and structure in both data and metadata. So you have your concepts, I'll switch on my pointer, you have your concepts and your structures, and that holds also in metadata. The concepts fit in particular places in those structures, particular predictable places. And if you put those things together, you get what Barend was saying is a web of data and knowledge that could be understood and processed entirely by machines. So I think it would be fair to say that that was our shared vision as far back as 2003.
Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, sorry.
I don't think you see your slides. Noel, I think you were saying the same.
So you're not seeing my slides?
We're not.
Okay. Okay. Oh, all right. Sorry. I'll just back up and go very quickly through those slides then.
Yeah, now we see you and the slides.
Yes. So there's Barend and there's me in 2003. Concepts are inside of particular structures. We do the same for metadata. Put all of that together and you get a web that can be processed entirely by machines. Second question, did you have a clear plan when you started working on making the Duchenne data platform FAIR? Well, the answer to that is interesting. So yes and no. So for many years, I've been involved in FAIRification of rare disease data, for example, at the BYODs for the International Summer School. So I've done FAIRification of a lot of other people's data many, many times. The thing is that it's different every time. And this is actually a picture drawn by one of the students at one of these workshops showing their understanding of the FAIRification workflow. And it's largely because it's always different, right? So the answers to these questions turn out to be different in most cases, right? To what degree are the concepts in this data set already mapped to formal vocabularies? To what degree is the data predictably structured and already machine explorable? And how much metadata is there? Is it structured? Is it mapped to formal concepts and so on? And so, although we actually do now have a very nice FAIRification process, this is work of Annika and her colleagues, the process is always the same, but inside of each of these boxes, the activities are different and the degree of effort will change depending on what the underlying data source is. So the answer is yes and no. I knew what the overall process was going to be, but I didn't know until I looked carefully at the data what was going to have to be done. So question number 3. You said once that you were a human phenotype ontology geek. Could you explain what human phenotype ontology is and how it could benefit Duchenne? So what I actually said was that it takes a certain type of geek to appreciate ontologies. In the world of data science, ontologies are like plumbing, right? Not many people want to do that job. So it takes a certain type of person to really appreciate ontologies and love them, as I do. And so this is actually going to be a long answer, because to answer this question, I have to go through a lot of background. So the big picture, again, where are we going to get the concepts that we're going to use to describe Duchenne patient data? And then the structures, how are we going to structure those concepts and the relationships between them to make the machine processable? So human phenotype ontology is a rich, highly structured and expert curated source of phenotypic concepts. And you'll see here that it's a hierarchy. You get more and more detailed information as you go down, and there's mappings into other vocabularies and knowledge systems. So it was clear that this should be the primary source of concepts for the Duchenne fair transformation. That was not a problem, right? But what's the optimal structure to put the Duchenne data into, right? Data and concepts into. So you've seen this already from Bruna's talk. There's this set of common data elements that came out of the European platform, right? And as part of my activities with the EJPRD, we've been asking, is there a generic model that can represent all of these common data elements in exactly the same way? And it turns out that we think we have one. So this is based on an ontology called the Semantic Science Integrated Ontology, which is an ontology for representing scientific data. Right? And in that ontology, it says, right, you have identifiers, for example, and each identifier denotes a particular role. So your driver's license identifier denotes you as a driver, and your hospital identifier denotes you as a patient. As a driver, you realize that role in the process of driving. As a patient, you realize that role in the process of undergoing a diagnostic test or something like that. Of course, here's you, the entity that has this role. And then that process has an output. So we were able to model all of the CDEs in exactly the same structure, regardless of what the CDE was. So when I came to the Foundation 29 database, I found that a large portion of the data is in the form of proms. So proms are, as you know, questionnaire-style data capture devices. So the question became, do proms fit into this CDE model? The answer is almost. So I had to make a couple of small enhancements to fit this unique kind of data into the model that we made for EJP. So this is what my prom data model looks like. If you look on the left, you'll see this is exactly the same as the EJP model. So patient has a role that's realized in some process which has an output. In the case of proms, the output is the answer to the question. Where's the question? That was the bit I had to add. So the process has a particular input, which is a question. So this is the thing that I added. It's new. It's a new edition for the Duchenne proms, but it's going to be fed back into the EJP, so that they will very likely use exactly the same model when we get to the point of modeling proms in the EJP. The other thing I needed to do was construct an ontology representing each of the questions in the proms. And the prom question then refers to that controlled vocabulary term, and I'm able to then put knowledge around that question into the ontology rather than into my data model. And finally, the answer to the question refers to some phenotype ontology term. Right? So the question, feeling that bladder is not completely empty, is referring to this concept from the human phenotype ontology of urinary retention. So the HPO allows us to add a layer of formal curated knowledge to each of the questions in the Foundation 29 proms, which then allows accurate cross-referencing with any other data source that also uses HPO. So not only do we get structure in a predictable way, in a machine-readable way, but we also have concepts that are founded in well-curated knowledge bases.
Hey, Mark, this is just
okay.
To let you know about 1 minute left.
Thanks for sending me your questions. Many thanks to Noel, who is my boss, and also to the Foundation 29 team, especially the IT team, because they've given me enormous amounts of their time and advice, even during holiday times. So great thanks to them. If you have other questions, you can email me here. And yeah, thank you again for the invitation.
Wow, that's a lot of information. Thank you very much, Mark Wilkinson. And right on time as well, because I was just about to interrupt you, that we're actually moving on to the next presenter. It would be great if you put your email address as well in the chat so people can ask you any questions. At the same time, if you have any questions to ask to Mark, we have the chat ongoing as well, so please feel free to use that. And on that, I would like to move on to our next presenter. His name is Mike Rose, and he will be presenting about applying FAIR principles to donor-funded projects. He's an associate at the Center for Agriculture and Biosciences International. And I would like to say, Mike, the floor is all yours. You might
let's check I'm not muted. That's the first challenge. I've managed that bit. Can you see my slide? Just to check that.
You and your slides. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so this is what I'm here to talk about. Just a little bit about me to begin with. So I'm an associate working at CABI, as just mentioned. My background is working for the UK government in the Department for the Environment, Food and Rural Affairs, implementing an open data strategy where we release 13,000 open data sets in a year. Before that, I got involved in contract and data license negotiation. So my background's been in and around data sharing for the past 20 years, and kind of got involved in FAIR over the last 3 or 4 years as a sort of like a way of looking at how data is shared. My details are across the bottom there, so if you want to reach out to me at any point, feel free. So the project that I wanted to sort of mention and talk to you about is a Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation funded project that I've been working on for the past couple of years with the Open Data Institute and CABI, focused on bringing FAIR, the concept of FAIR into the investments that the Gates Foundation is making, in particular looking at Ethiopia and India as places where they wanted their grants and the data that was created by their grants to be more fair. Gates as a foundation, as you'd imagine, probably invests quite heavily in the kind of like technology end of solutions, in particular to particular problems. So that was kind of like the lens that they were looking at this particular project from. Is we've made significant investments in different jurisdictions around technology. We've not necessarily got the return on investment that we thought we would get. Is FAIR a way of kind of reevaluating and reconsidering those things? The bit of the project that I worked on in particular in Ethiopia was around they collected a huge amount of Gates had paid to collect a huge amount of soil and agronomy data to sort of benefit the government and the country, but the focus had been on collecting the data and not on how the data was then made available for people to use and reuse. So effectively the data was there, but nobody could access it and nobody could use it. So we got involved in the project to create a national data sharing policy to sort of help them do that. So that's kind of like a little bit of background. I'm assuming everybody on this call knows what FAIR stands for, so I don't need to really go through that in any great detail. I'm hoping, but the thing to mention is from our perspective and the work that we've been doing, what we didn't assume at the start was that people had any data. So quite often when you start talking about FAIR, and I think Mark's talk a minute ago was a great illustration of this, is you can get quite quickly into the sort of like how does it technically get applied? That kind of the process means that the metadata and the data is entirely read by machines. It's a great aspiration, but certainly in the context that I'm working, it is an aspiration. It's very, very difficult to start talking about some of the things around metadata and persistent identifiers and things like that when people don't even know how to get the data out of their colleagues or other organizations. So findable for the kind of context that we're working in is really at that level. Is the data just simply findable? Not necessarily is there a metadata record, but do you just know it exists? Is it there? We're at that kind of level. So that's kind of like how we're applying the principles at that kind of top level. And what we found through the investments that Gates have made is generally when you're talking about data projects and investments to improve and make changes in a system around data, you're thinking about when the data is collected, when the data is stored, and when the data is shared. Those are the 3 key points. There's obviously other places in a data lifecycle you could engage, but that's the kind of key bit. And for us, it's about making sure that at every step, so when you collect, store, and share data, that day you're considering whether it's findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. So you don't create a barrier when you collect data to it being shared. You don't create barriers when you're storing data to it being shared and reused. And those really high level approaches are kind of how we've built up how we've worked. All hopefully makes perfect sense. The problem that we come up against is that most investments, as mentioned, focus on the technology. So that they're what we call technology first. The reason behind that is pretty obvious. It's really easy to invest in technology, because if you say, I want to build a database, and here's $15,000 to build a database, you can actually monitor whether it's being built, whether it's there at the end, and whether it's been built to a timeline. If what you're actually trying to do, if what you're trying to do alongside that is build system change, measuring change is really hard. So actually, you can see why grants and investments focus more on the technology side and delivering deliverables than actually culture change and the change. So often it's technology first. Then as you're building the technology, you realize that there's something missing. And what's missing is the processes that sit around the technology, that are how you collect data, bring data into a system, how you then share it with end users. So you'll, from the technology, you'll start to think about what's the workflow and how does the data move and what do we need to do about that. And then finally, if you're lucky, people then might start thinking about the people. So the people, who's going to use the data? Where is it coming from? What's the context and the beliefs of the people that you're asking to share data? How do they interact with each other? By thinking in this way, quite often what you come up against quite quickly is impenetrable barriers, or very difficult problems that derail a particular project. So the approach that we take to bring FAIR into the collecting, storing and sharing of data is to focus on people first. So trying to understand first, who are the people in the system that you're trying to influence that you need to get to think in a fair way? How do they understand the findable, accessible, interoperable, reusable principles? What do they mean to them as individuals, and how does that then shape the rules that get set and the processes that get set within the ecosystem? Once you've got the appropriate people in place, including the rule setters and the people that needed to follow the rules, you can then develop the right processes that are needed in light of that kind of like ambition of fair data. Only then, once you've got the people and processes in place, should you start building the technology, because the technology really needs to embed those principles and embed that thinking. By working in that way, what we found is that the investments are much more likely to succeed. They're much more likely to be what the people in country want, rather than what people out of country think that they want. And consequently, you get more success and more return on investment. And I think, yeah, that was my kind of quick whiz through how we're approaching FAIR and donor projects.
Thank you very much, Mike, and very much within time, so you make me happy as well. I especially like the fact that you talking about the people, the process and the technology as a circle, and to see them next to each other instead of focusing on FAIR technology first and then just the people. So thank you for that. Just to note, we're about to share all the slides and recordings with you participants, where we'll also be creating a meeting note with meeting minutes. So if something happens too fast for you, we can always read it back. So just so you know. So thanks for that, Mike. I would like to hop on to our next presenter, which is Tony Burdett, and it kind of carries on with the same presentation. Now we're talking about FAIR Plus, and he's going to talk about the lessons learned from pharmaceutical companies. And Tony, you're a member of the FAIR Plus Managing Board, and you're a lead of the Archive Infrastructure and Technology team at EMBLEBI. That's an acronym I don't know. Please explain.
Sure, yeah. EMBLEBI is a place where I work. That's the European Bioinformatics Institute. Yeah, I could say a little bit about EBI. We're the home of public biological data in Europe, really. Yeah, we have many archival databases that store life sciences data that's in the public domain from all over Europe. And the FAIR principles are very close to our heart because it's part of our core mission, really. So, yeah, I will jump into my slides. Can you see my screen? I hope I'm sharing.
Not yet.
Oh, okay. I thought I'd shared and then it seemed to stop. Let me try that again.
Well, it might be my fault. I'm sorry.
No worries. Hopefully you can see now.
Got you. Perfect. Thanks.
Great. So yeah, I'm going to talk a little bit about the FAIR Plus project. Here, this is definitely continues the theme that Mark and Mike have already established. Definitely some themes that are running through here. So I thought I'd start with kind of the sort of importance or the impact of FAIR Plus, and I think I think everyone knows this already from this morning. I think we've clearly talked about it. This kind of data sciences are core elements of health research. We're sort of moving into this sort of much more data-driven era than ever before. And including kind of goals of machine data processing, right? So AI, machine learning, these sort of techniques all require data that computers can understand. And that definitely fits Baron's theme earlier on about as fair as data that computers can understand. But we know that the current situation is a long way from ideal. So you see this kind of, this data is drawn from a data scientist report. It's written up in Forbes, and you can see that kind of data scientists spend basically 80% of their time, according to this study, getting their data into shape to do something with, right? So 60% of that is kind of cleaning, curating, organizing data in a way that is suitable for some kind of value-added analysis. 20% of that time is actually just getting the data. And I think that this is from 2016. I think if you repeated this analysis now, it would be even harder. And some of you may have seen this article in Nature recently about the broken promises that undermine human genome research. This is this really interesting article about data sharing in the sort of public domain and how we get over the barriers of sort of data being kind of increasingly controlled or managed access type of data from that's clinical data sets or data sets that are derived from patients in an era when GDPR has had a huge impact. And we know this is pushing us towards this kind of more federated data type of analysis where we've got many data resources all storing kind of like localized kind of copies of data that perhaps is might be a specific data resource for a single hospital or for a single kind of research study, and combining that data for analysis is increasingly common activity. I like this kind of like data visiting kind of idea. It echoes this. FAIR Plus comes into this kind of ecosystem in terms of practical guidance about how you actually achieve some of these things. How do we actually practically make data more fair? This is kind of the profile of the project. We've got this kind of academic and pharmaceutical collaboration. It's a public-private IMI initiative. We've got some, like small and medium enterprises funded as well, and it's a sort of EU-funded project that started in January 2019. And the goal for FAIR Plus is really to draw data from this kind of cohort of Innovative Medicines Initiative portfolio. There's kind of 100 translational research projects, some of them clinical, some of them omics. There's a variety of data sets. And the challenge really is how do we design, test, and refine the verification processes in a way that scales up, right? Can you do this sort of stuff at scale? Can you do fair data at a big scale across a diversity of projects? And we've kind of got these 4 outcomes that we're striving for. The first one is to deliver a cookbook, what we call the FAIR Cookbook, which is about best practices of data verification and fair data management. The second goal, or our second outcome that we're striving for, is to try and mature verification processes. So how do we encourage more projects to adopt good verification practices? And what does that look like? How do you practically assess how fair you are right now? It's very difficult to identify how you improve unless you can have a reliable way to assess how fair I am currently. And finally, the big one is how do we go about changing the data management culture? So how do we encourage more people to create data that's born fair, that's built into IMI and FPA projects right from the ground up? And they're our sort of strategic goals, essentially. ultimately culminating in practical ways to change the data management culture. To think a little bit about how FAIR+ can help you or anyone thinking about how to make their data more reusable at scale. And these are sort of the 4 key points, right? So, you know, these are the common questions that we hear, that there's little practical advice on how to do verification. And that aligns nicely to our FAIR cookbook. You can't tell how fair I am already. That's about assessing levels of projects and data. Don't know how to become more fair. We're striving at producing a maturity model or a way to identify what verification processes you can improve. And finally, my organization doesn't care anyway, which I hope nobody here is guilty of. Maybe they are, I don't know. And that's really about changing the data management culture, and I'll come back to that at the end. In terms of delivering practical guidance, what we've worked quite hard at in FAIR+ is to deliver this kind of consensus verification process. And this really nicely echoes what both Mike and Mark earlier talked about, that what we see is for every project has their own verification process, their own way of producing fair data. But everyone does basically the same sort of sets of activities. And they kind of fall into this pattern that we observe, which essentially is to define your initial verification goal. What's your objective? What do you want your data to be reused for? Figure out where you are right now, including do a practical assessment of, like, for example, how fair are the data sets produced by my project currently? Think then about how to design strategies that will enable you to improve, and then go implement them with established techniques or tools or all sorts of things. And there is some really low impact things that you can do here. Mark talked about ontologies earlier on, and that's one of the ones that we see time and time again, like actually just figuring out how to improve some of the annotation of our data sets with shared community ontologies, and then actually implementing that's quite straightforward, and it has quite a big impact. So you can turn the cycle here quite quickly. What in FAIR+ we've done is establish quite a collaborative approach, and I'll go over this quite quickly, and I'm happy to take questions on it or talk about it more. We have this kind of idea of squads in FAIR+ that run across our work packages and across our collections of people in terms of academic or FPeer partners, that is specifically designed to sort of create working groups that can think about the data and the goals of the verification process and pull them together to help define tailored verification processes. And we have this kind of idea of 3-month cycles, which nicely reflect the cycles in this verification process, thinking about pulling data, approaches, tools, and use cases together. So what are our overall goals? What data do we have that we can try out our approaches and our tools on? And iterate every 3 months, try some things, measure how fair we have improved, how much fair improvement we see, and iterate again if we need to. It helps very quickly zoom in on what are the most important things that we can do to make our data reusable. And it touches really nicely on this point that Mike made earlier about actually you should start from people. We pull lots of people with different ranges of experience together, have them work together to try and identify practically what the most impactful things to do are. And this is a slightly different way to cast that, is thinking about this kind of sweet spot in the middle. We know that we have a wealth of data. We know that we have a wealth of reasons and ways to exploit that data. We have expertise from things like academia and small and medium enterprise that can help drive that effort. But really where we want to exist is in the middle of this little Venn diagram where we blend all of those three together to say, actually, we know what the most important use cases are. We've got expertise to do it, and we know that it works practically on data sets that look like this. And that helps us make sure that we're deploying the most valuable solutions as cheaply as possible. And this is what it looks like. These photos look like a horror story these days. We're not allowed to speak to anyone anymore in person. Yeah, when the project started, we had loads of collaborative meetings. We pivoted fairly seamlessly to doing them over Zoom. But it's fundamentally a very collaborative endeavor. And just to sort of wrap up, I think the key things that we've learned from running this kind of process, from going through this project, is that fundamentally, you need, first and foremost, you need good case studies that demonstrate a return on your investment, that you can illustrate to people, if you put some effort here, this will make a big difference and your data will be more reusable in these ways. And there's an interesting point about prospective and retrospective verification here. These sorts of case studies, you really can only ever learn by doing retrospective verification. You know, you have to go back and look at data that's already been generated, try and improve it and say, actually, this is better. There's sort of learning objectives that come out of this. You can't usually predict these completely reliably up front. The second thing I think to call out is this need for immediate and practical methods to assess how fair you are right now. That helps you figure out where to target your investment. Defining a goal, where do you want to be in terms of the reuse of your data? Maybe it's not even reuse, you know, maybe for many organizations, findability and accessibility of the data is enough. Normally what we see is interoperability and reusability are more likely to be the common goals, especially in this sort of federated analysis world. But it's really important to define what those are, because otherwise you can disappear down a black hole of trying to make your data perfectly fair, which is an unobtainable goal. And finally, what we've seen is simple general guidance is more useful than very complicated detailed workflows, because you lose people straight away. And that's pretty much it. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony, for this presentation. I especially like the way that you have a working group where you work incrementally, you know, with really these short cycles. I like the post-its, you know, it's a really like agile, sprint-ish kind of approach. And I think this also really ties with the whole cost effectiveness of trying to verify data, because you don't have to do, like, you don't have to go the whole waterfall of research, implementation, all that kind of stuff. And by doing it in short steps, it is much more feasible for your company as well. So thank you for that. Let's move on to the last presenter before we go on to a short break, and it's our one and only Noelle van Lien. She's the project manager of the FAIR Data. She's the co-chair of the Go FAIR Patient Representatives Network, and she is the brilliant organizer of this meeting. And she will explain a little bit about how we go from step to step towards a FAIR Duchenne patient registry. Noelle, it's good to have you, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Suzanne. I'm having so much fun and absorbing all this information. It really feels like having my own FAIR party. So I'm excited to present now. And I call this presentation Step by Step Towards a FAIR Duchenne Patient Registry, because making a patient registry fair or FAIR enabling can be quite daunting. And, you know, where do you start when you have no experience, when most of the tools that are being used are either, well, in development, new or in development. So transforming a patient registry is actually quite a journey of many, many steps. And the best decision we've taken was to have our own squad, our core FAIR team, which is formed by Marco, Rajaram and Nuria from Leiden University Medical Center in the Netherlands, Mark Wilkinson and Mario Prieto from FAIR Data Systems in Spain, and myself as the coordinator. And we are making good use of available expertise. So not only having the core team, we still have Foundation 29 who built the Duchenne data platform, like Mark mentioned, who are supporting us, asking all the technical questions. I work very closely with Peter Bram and his data stewards at Radboud UMC because of our connection with ERN UNMD. And we work with the data FAIR stewards at EJPRD, who themselves are connected to all the FAIR experts. And I call them here our bonus team. So we are not really alone in this journey. Now I would like to show you the difference and the similarities with the VASCA registry, the presentation that Bruna gave earlier, because that's very important. So the difference in approach is that for the VASCA registry, they used the FAIR at source, de novo, through this Castor EDC. That means that data is fair at entry point. But for us, and that answers also the question, earliest question, we had to develop something new. We had to develop new software, thanks to Mark Wilkinson and the whole team. So FAIR happens through a series of transformations from Duchenne data to Duchenne FAIR data. In terms of similarities, and that's very, very important with FAIR because of in the technical implementation, to be sure that we're doing things in a coordinated way, in a good way, in a right way. So we've also used the minimal set of common data elements, exactly the same as the VASCA registry. We use the same semantic data metadata models than the VASCA registry. And in terms of verification process, we started with the generic workflow as the VASCA registry. And this workflow has, and Mark showed it too, has a pre-verification, verification, post-verification. And yes, we are not reinventing the wheel. Now I would like to tell you where we are in this process. And I am personally very proud of all the work that's been undertaken already. We started October last year. And we've also defined our project, our driving questions, our goals. We've analyzed the data, metadata. We demonstrated the feasibility with one common data element to make sure that it was possible. Now the team are working in this FAIR transformation pipeline. So they're testing, they're looking at it, improving it. They're doing a new model for mapping prompts. I know there's a lot of work there. They aim to link the data, metadata with semantic models, the ones used within EJPRD, and implement a FAIR data point. We have other steps to look forward to, but one thing is sure, is that we are aiming to complete this project by the end of this year. When we will be done and we'll have a FAIR enabling registry, it won't be the end, because we would like to do more for the Duchenne community. We are going to make the platform more robust, more sustainable. We are going to attempt to link all the Duchenne data platform with other sources of data, for example, the ERN UNMD. But we are also going to share where we know with some FAIR practical information with existing, so with those who have the Duchenne registries, we will tell them or share with them what do they need to know to get started. And we will encourage those without patient registries to join the efforts of data collection for Duchenne if they don't have a registry. And these last 2 points are the topics of this evening's interactive sessions. So Bruna and Pim from Data Stewards from Radboud EMC will be joining me, and we'll be providing them with practical information. With this, I would like to end my presentation. This is my email if you would like to contact me. And I think it's time for the panel discussion. So I would like to invite Mark, Mike, and Tony to join me so we can answer questions. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Nawel, for your presentation. And just as you say, it's time to go to the panel discussion. I'm keeping an eye on the chat as well. I hope our other speakers will do the same. And at the same time, speakers, I mean, what are your initial thoughts and insights about this meeting, about the other presentations that you've heard?
I think it's amazing to have such a large community of people focused on the same topic, all wanting to be fair. It's such a joy to be part of this group.
Yeah, I completely agree with Mark. I also I think my overwhelming impression is just how much kind of natural consensus there was out of this meeting. I think you see the same themes again and again, and everyone basically pulling in the same direction, and you know, that's quite inspirational for like what could get done in a pretty short space of time. So really encouraging to see that.
Oh, I'm overwhelmed. It's going really well, so I'm pleased. But I was wondering if we have a question. But if not, I always have some. Maybe I could start with one question. I have one for you, maybe for Mark, Mike, and Tony, you can answer as well. Is it possible to achieve 100% fairness of data? And if this is not possible, then is fairness of data a moving target?
Can I answer that? So, as with FAIR Plus, I'm also involved in evaluation of the degree of fairness of resources. And I know that I share in common with Baron that fair is not the opposite of unfair, or unfair is not the opposite of fair, that fairness is a continuum. And I've said for a long time, as I was developing these automated evaluation systems, that as soon as people started to score 100%, I would just make the test harder. And so far, nobody has ever scored 100%, so I haven't had to make harder tests. But I do see it as a continuum. You can always do better. You can always put more effort, especially in the metadata layer. So I would say that it is a moving target, but there's a point where you start to really see the benefits, and I think we can see approximately where that is, but you can always do better. That would be my answer. Maybe Tony has more to say, as also being in the evaluation business.
Yeah, I mean, I think we make a lot of use of the work that you've done in our evaluation, Mike. I almost nothing to add to that, actually. I think exactly right. I mean, I like the parallel, you know, and you might see that it perhaps came through in the FAIR Plus slides. We have this kind of parallel. We think about FAIR in a very agile way, right? Like we've got these kind of iterative cycles. It's sort of a little bit designed to reflect sort of agile software development methodologies. But I kind of think about the FAIR principles and the agile principles in the same way. There's something that you can always do better at, and it's all a trade-off, and you can continually improve how your trade-off works. So yeah, I don't think there's what we see in FAIR Plus is that there isn't such a concept as perfectly fair. There is fair enough for where you are right now, but you can always do better.
I just to add to that. So I think whilst yes, I agree with what you just said from a kind of like a technical point of view. I think that if you go back, the way that we're approaching it in terms of using FAIR at a very high level, not getting into the detail of you know, what metadata standards are you applying and all that. It is possible to be 100% fair, but it's just it's all gradations and how much you want to dive into it. You could always be better. You could always improve. It's very similar to the conversation around open data in some respects. That, you know, there's a spectrum. How far across this spectrum around fairness do you want to be? There's going to be a point where you're fair enough, i.e., the data is findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. But you could always go further. And I think one of the things for me is to try not to dive too much into that, all of the kind of the metrics, but actually stick with the principles for the outcomes that we're trying to achieve.
Yeah, and I think to add to that, I think you know, sort of absolutely, and this kind of idea of, you know, within FAIR Plus and within sort of the community, we talk about things like competency questions and sort of driving use cases, and it's quite important to nail those down, because if you don't, you can spend an inordinate amount of time chasing data interoperability or data reusability, which are the hardest things to achieve. You know, you need a lot of investment across many layers of your organization, in infrastructure, in standards, thinking about how your data flows across your systems and how people downstream might use your data. You spend a huge amount of time investing in that, But if you didn't really need it, if you would have achieved all your FAIR goals just by putting some unique identifiers on things, which we often see as a concrete use case from pharmaceutical companies, like we just don't even know what data assets we've got. Let's start with that. Let's identify them in a standard kind of way. You're kind of putting your effort in the wrong place, and I think, you know, that's a dangerous path to go down, because it instantly alienates people of this FAIR business is all about spending a huge amount of money on ontologies, and you know, yeah, I think it's just this: how fair is fair enough is context dependent, and you absolutely have to nail down what your context is before you can get to how fair is fair enough.
Thank you very much. So, any more questions? Okay, looks like not yet, but I have one.
There is a comment from Mariette. Maybe if you can elaborate a little bit on that.
We have a question from Mariette. And she said that regarding prompts, it would be good if we look into a more universal prompt systems. Are you familiar with the concept of promise?
So that link doesn't open for me. I do know about promise. Maybe this would be a time for Bruna to get involved, because she knows more than I do about this.
Yeah,
Bruna,
I'm always careful with prompts and promise if we're talking about the same thing, because you can talk about the system and you can talk about the several questionnaires that we have out there that use such a system and such type of data. So the work that we're doing in the vascular registry now is trying to model, with Mark's help, the promise for vascular anomalies. So it is a promise as well, but it's not exactly from this link that you shared. So we have to compare things, but indeed the same system. More European reference network registries are also interested in collecting prompts.
I think we're at least, I think, going to try to use the same approach that I designed for Foundation 29 to do the promise prompts also. Is that correct?
Yes, we are using the same approach, correct.
Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. I can see Marco raised his hand.
Yeah, there's just to reflect on the question on promise. I do think this is these are important things that are happening, and also where in trying to find the right standards, etc., for describing data that people collect. At the same time, it does make things easier if people agree on what they want to collect. So we have a similar thing we had for consent, for instance, that everybody was using their own consent form. That does make the whole thing more difficult. It's in principle, FAIR is separate. It's just describing what you have. But obviously, if communities agree on what they're going to use for what they have, that also helps. So I think it's a good development that these things start emerging.
One of the benefits that I immediately saw when it finally occurred to me to take all of the Foundation 29 problems and put them into an ontology is that I was getting that knowledge out of the data model for a start. So I can put the ontology on the web, and that would allow people to start this mapping process between, for example, promise problems and other kinds of problems to the Foundation 29 problems, and say, well, these are actually asking more or less the same question. So we could then potentially integrate those two, the two results. So I think it was a useful sort of process to really think about how to represent problems, and the realization that separating the knowledge from the data model was really an important thing to do in that case.
Yeah, in the end, you can translate to, doesn't matter what prompts question you're asking, is it pain, interference, and social activities because of a vascular malformation or because of Duchenne disease, you can reuse the same model in the background. So that's very resourceful.
All right, thank you very much. Any other questions or concerns or insights before we hop on to a short break? I don't see any hands raised. I don't see any other questions in the chat. Then I would like to invite you all for a quick break. Let's reconvene at the full hour again, and then we will move on a new topic, and which is how to build a solo ecosystem for data sharing. Thank you very much, and see you all back in a few minutes. All right, welcome back. I hope everybody got their cup of tea, had some toilet breaks and whatnot. I'm happy to resume with our Duchenne Fair meeting. And right now we're going to the next step on the agenda, which is building a solid ecosystem for fair data sharing. We've been inspired by Duchenne initiatives in the field. We've been inspired by other initiatives, and now we're really trying to see how we can put this all together and set a strong base for Duchenne verification. And for that, I'd like to invite our next speaker. Her name is Nathalie Goemans, and she will share her personal perspective on data sharing for Duchenne. She's a pediatrician and a child neurologist with a certification in rehabilitation medicine, and she's the head of the Neuromuscular Reference Center at the University Hospitals in Leuven. Nathalie, we're very happy to have you here, and please tell us what are your insights about this whole data sharing for Duchenne, because it's been going on for quite a while.
Yes, indeed, and maybe I will share my screen to present some slides that I have prepared. Yes, indeed, I think, can you see my slides here?
Not
can you see? Maybe it's coming up. Well, anyway, it should come through, I imagine. Yeah, anyway, I was very happy to have this invitation, as indeed data sharing for Duchenne has been something very important in my life at the University Hospitals in Leuven at different levels. I'm not sure if you can see my slides now.
Not yet. I will check on my email if I can see the presentation, if I can pull it up.
I can have a look. Otherwise,
it could be that your presentation is already in full screen mode. Then it might sometimes not grab it completely.
Whilst you're doing that, Suzanne, can I ask the Duchenne patient organizations that are here to just put in a chat where they're from, which country, the name of your patient organization? It would be nice to have that in a chat. Thank you.
Is it sharing now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay, so I can move on. Right. Thank you. It's always sometimes a bit stressy, the technical aspects at the beginning, but it's fine now. Yes, so indeed, I just wanted to give first some background. So what is my experience in data sharing for Duchenne? And as you mentioned, I was based in the University Hospitals in Leuven, Belgium. One of the 7 neuromuscular reference centers in Belgium, and during my career, I've seen 250 Duchenne young men and boys and their families. And so my humble experience on data collection is actually at 3 different levels, and then I would like to discuss those different levels because they all have their own issues and challenges. And so I have been collecting data at a local level in our university hospitals. As a neuromuscular reference center, I'm part of the Belgian Neuromuscular Disease Registry. And finally, I have also some experience at international level through my participation as a TCHIDOC chair for the Treated ND Alliance. And so let's first give some insights on the local level. So my Leuven database, as I call it, was started in 2008, and that was concurrent with the first clinical trials. And actually, it was driven by these first clinical trials in Duchenne muscular dystrophy, because at that time, I was aware that I had absolutely no benchmark for what I was measuring in the clinical trials. And so I was really eager to understand the longitudinal motor function outcomes, indeed to benchmark the results from the clinical trial. And so it's even one clinician-entered database of the clinical data and assessments that were collected within the standards of care and the follow-up at the Neuromuscular Reference Center in Leuven. And just I have to mention here, because otherwise I may forget, but well, in Belgium, all patients have access to their own data and medical reports through the MyNexus app. So all the data that I have included are, well, accessible for the patient, not as a whole, but for the patient, the data are accessible. So this data collection was well based on the protocol and SOPs for assessment, was approved by our ethical boards. There were informed consent forms in place, including consent for data sharing. But I must say that at that time, in 2008, the rules and regulations were less stringent, I think, than now. And so it was kind of a more severe informed consent form when I look back to it now. And I was also submitted to an FDA audit in 2015 because those data have been used as natural history controls for clinical pharma trials later on. So I've shared a pseudonymized set of data with different parties, with academia, University of Rome, Leiden, Newcastle, with the CTAP, and also with pharma companies, Poncesa and Sarepta in 2015. And so myself, I've learned a lot, really a lot on collecting those data and trying to understand the disease evolution, the variability, the genetic distribution, and factors impacting the disease course. But it was also a very useful tool for patient selection, for feasibility, to benchmark clinical trial results, as I mentioned before. And this also generated publications on the natural history, on outcome measures, on disease trajectories, on disease trajectories modeling also. And as I mentioned before, those data have also been used as external controls. But actually, it's on hold, the status, because it was very simple, not Excel file based, even data collection, absolutely not compliant with the current in-hospital GDPR rules and regulations. So we have to well, build a new ECRF and to get back to the whole process of ethical board and providing new informed consent forms and so on. So the next level is the Belgian Neuromuscular Disease Registry. So as part of the neuromuscular reference centers in Belgium, we are committed to provide data to our National National Health Insurance. It's a clinician-entered registry. And in counterpart for those data, those different centers receive what we call a financial envelope for the multidisciplinary care of the patients, of neuromuscular patients. So patients have to register to our convention in each center. For this agreement, they receive multidisciplinary care, and the centers receive a yearly fee for every patient that is included. So the objective of this disease registry is to assess the neuromuscular disease incidence in Belgium, to provide information to the public health authorities for care planning, and to improve the recruitment for research into new treatment. But also to provide anonymous benchmark for assessing treatment and intervention. And within this BNMDR, we are collecting the common core data set with Treat NMD for Duchenne and SMA. So the government, there is a steering committee that is meeting once a year with representatives of the health insurance, of each neuromuscular reference centers, of our National Institute of Science, and patients association representatives. And in addition, we have a scientific control council with responsibles from each NMRC and persons from our National Institute of Science. And we are meeting once a year, but there are often additional ad hoc meetings. And well, as I will mention, for instance, for SMA, we had really quite a number of meetings last 2 years. So yes, I think just to mention, we enter the data once a year in this registry, the demographics, diagnosis, genetic confirmation, functional status, the active limb and the FIM as prompts, and then the Treat NMD data set for Duchenne and SMA. I put this slide, but I won't go into detail. It's just for those that are interested in how this all works, about the registration in the hospital, the secure data transfer, at the level of the e-health, and then the storage at health data, which is well, keeping the data in a, and also providing the reports of those well, data analysis. And so the data are curated at different levels. There is a kind of a firewall before it's going through the data warehouse, but it's also curated by clinical and genetic curators. And so this provides here a report of aggregated data, which are accessible to the public. And so yes, very simple thing like the prevalence and of neuromuscular disease in Belgium, also per region. For Duchenne, for instance, I took out the age distribution per decade, some aspects of the treated MD data set where we can see percentages of well, functional level. There are also scientific research and publications, and for instance, the one of the most recent, and it's submitted now. I think it's about the active limb, so the problem, generic problem for neuromuscular disorders, and where the sensitivity to change over time is assessed for different for the different neuromuscular diseases. So that's just an example. There are also inquiries from industry, but from also our health authorities, but also inquiries including treated MD requests about epidemiological data, about feasibility and recruitment. And this is only well provided after consultation and voting by the scientific board. And so finally, there are sometimes more complex situations. And for instance, the data that are requested by our health authorities. And we had this recently with Biogen for the evaluation of Spinraza treatment in SMA. And this obviously goes through a much more thorough, process. So we had to expand the data set. We had to adapt the health data platform. Obviously, there was advice from the Information Safety Committee, data protection officers, submission to ethics committees, amendment of the ICFs, and the whole process took approximately 2 years. But it's an example of, again, a multi-stakeholder effort for data collection for a specific disease. And so finally, the next level is the treated MD level, where I have been part of what they call the chair troika for 6 years. And I think you're all aware of this effort, an EU-funded network initially, but that then went into an alliance after the funding was finished. And so within the different work packages of this network, there is the Treat NMD Global Data System Oversight Committee, a very long name, TGDoc, which actually is comprised of registry representatives from national registries across the globe. And it's governed by a charter, and the Treat NMD Global Database Oversight Committee chairs. And so, well, what's the purpose of this Oversight Committee is to set guidance and assistance for registries, to support collaboration and networking, to organize and coordinate data requests at the global level, and also to act as a liaison between the neuromuscular registry stakeholders. And so this is an old slide, and it was also in previous time where it went a bit, how can I say, it was really a bit prehistoric when the question was sent out to registry from central, from the secretary. And then it came back, and through different interfaces, different well, ways of sharing the data. But at the end, the finality was to provide a report to the requester of the data. And so most of the requests have been from pharma company, but there are also academic research that are well, going through this process. And so I must say that maybe it's at that level I had the most, I witnessed the most important changes over the years, because when I started, and many years ago, when I entered Treat NMD, the TGDoc registries were like a network of registries aiming at facilitating by improving the genetic diagnosis, mapping the population, trying to build collaboration, and working towards the same language and core data set. And it was really a huge effort and a lot of enthusiasm to try to work together. However, we've seen there have been a lot of changes, and I think that well, one of the most important aspects is that there has been the need to well, to move, or the request to move to a kind of data collection that might fulfill the needs of the evolving therapeutic landscape. And so there is I think the responsibility to collect high quality data is that's good. It's getting even stronger, as these data are sometimes, well, aiming at be used for pre and post marketing purposes. And in the dialogue, we have now different stakeholders, including the health authorities and the pharmaceutical companies, which was not the case in the very beginning of Treat-NMD.
Natalie, we have about 1 minute left.
Okay. So just well, that's the most important point. So my clinician's view, I think what the benefits, the rewards are obviously very clear for the collection of data. But I think the issues are that for a clinician, it is indeed very time consuming, and there is a shortage of resources. There is this responsibility on data quality and accuracy and completenesses that you can't provide without any resources. And so for me also as a clinician, the more stringent laws and regulation on data collection and sharing is also a hurdle to take. So the new stakeholders and the new challenges are the major changes in the field. The fact that data have becoming a commercial value is also something we have to take into consideration, and has changed the mentality in data collection. Discussion on data ownership, and obviously, and this is a very good news, there is much more partnership and also the view that patients should be partnering for this data collection. The bottleneck to me is that, well, in the collaboration and harmonization of the data set, it is really a challenging effort to come to a dialogue and a consensus. And I think, yeah, many people are used to what they are doing. And so to come to this dialogue is really not easy. That's what I have experienced in the past decades. As a first point, I think it's very important to make sure that we are talking the same language. What is the purpose of the particular data collection? Who is collecting? And what is the level of curation? To make this common data set and data dictionary, and also to discuss the SOP for the assessment. I think personally that IT issues and there are solutions. I have quite a lot of faith in technicalities and technicians. So I think this will work. There are issues, but this is maybe not the biggest hurdle. I think from the clinician point of view, when I see also with colleagues, the data protection issues and ownership are also something we have to take into consideration. Privacy protecting issues, particularly across borders, but also what we have to be honest to say this openly. There is a reluctance to share unpublished data, and there are authorship issues when you work with the community, and this has to be well considered. How this can be overcome and be convinced. Sorry, so this is the last text. Sorry, we're going over time.
Thank you very much,
Natalie. So if there's any question, yeah.
If we have any questions, it would be nice if people could put it on the chat, because we break, we have a few presentations and then we have a panel discussion. So please, if you have a question for Natalie, please put it in the chat. I will be sure to revisit them in a few minutes. So thank you very much, Natalie, for sharing your thoughts. And I think it's also worth noticing that we're not just moving from clinician-owned to patient-owned registries. It's just a way of trying to combine them all. So thank you for that. Let's move on to the next speaker, and that is a presentation done by Peter Arlett, but it will be presented by Catherine Cohet. It will be about how FAIR can support drug development. And Catherine, you are a pharmacoepidemiologist. Oh, I got that word. And with an experience in generating clinical and real-world evidence, and you are part of the EMA's Data Analytics and Methods Task Force. Catherine, very happy to have you here, and please, the floor is all yours.
Thank you very much. Can you see me, hear me, and see my slides?
All of them, full house.
All of them, wonderful. Okay, I'll just go into presentation mode, so I hope it's still okay.
This is perfect, thank you.
Okay, great. So thank you very much for having us. As you mentioned, Peter unfortunately cannot be here today with us. As you can imagine, we are all extremely busy with all things COVID related, especially now with new data on the real world effectiveness of the vaccines coming in. So it's really, really busy, but also very important times. So it's my pleasure to share with you today some insights from the heads of medicine agencies and EMA Big Data Task Force, which we hope are all relevant for our topic today. So the previous speakers have really nicely already paved the way on a number of concepts, including very technical concepts, and also about initiatives ongoing. So I was actually very pleased to see all that, and I'll make sure I will share with my colleagues the output of this meeting. So I will start with this summary slide, which illustrates the European Commission digital strategy and how on the EU level, different initiatives relating to health data interoperate to ultimately contribute to the vision to innovate, to turn data into decisions on medicines that create a healthier world. So you can see at the center of this Venn diagram, the top 10 recommendations for health data. And these recommendations jointly address the objectives of the different components of the EU health data space. And I will focus a little bit on these recommendations today, and you will see that one of those recommendations are directly relevant to the FAIR principles and to data sharing. So just a little bit of history and context. The Big Data Task Force was built based on the recognition that real-world data and real-world evidence play increasingly a critical role to complement data from randomized clinical trials. However, there has been limited capacity to access and adequately analyze this data. Hence, all those recommendations. And you can see that this work is relatively recent. So in January 2020, these recommendations were issued, and there's an extensive report that is available on our website. We have the links on the slides. And of course, we are happy to share the slides with you after the meeting. So those recommendations are very detailed, and you will see, I believe, many points that are absolutely relevant for the Duchenne platform. There were a number of steering group stakeholders meeting, etc. And then end of last year, this report about making best use of big data for public health was released. So this is just for the context and the background. So these are those recommendations with all the different pillars. And sorry, I've just, okay, that's much better. I had all your videos hiding my slides. Okay, so those are the different pillars of the big data steering group. And unfortunately, I don't have time today to go into all the details. And I would like to focus on recommendation number 3, which is on discoverability or findability of the data, which is particularly relevant for FAIR. And here we had a very specific activity this year, which was to initiate a study to establish metadata for real-world data. So this is really the general objective, and I will go in a little bit more details in a minute. You can see that the other recommendation and the other pillars, the other topics are all, of course, interrelated. We are also speaking a lot about Darwin EU, which will be a platform for access and analysis to a very large range of databases, of healthcare databases in Europe. There's a component also about skills, training, processes, analytic capability, and we will also very much leverage expert advice, external advice, and of course stakeholder engagement is a very important part of this. And of course patient organizations will have a voice in moving this big data task force and implementing it as we move forward. So in terms of the priority recommendation on data discoverability, so why this recommendation? That was based initially on the awareness of limited knowledge of what data is available in the member states, and also more specifically on the characteristics of those data. So how are we actually going to address this recommendation? So the idea is to enable data discoverability via an external study, and I'll say a bit more about it, to agree on what is metadata to describe a data source, and I will get back to that. We will also see how key metadata can be included in what will be eventually an enhanced EU resources database, which will be used as a signposting tool for the most appropriate data to address a specific research question. And of course, and I highlighted this in red on the slide, the use of the FAIR principles will be promoted. What ultimate benefits do we have in mind here is that our member states, so by member states here I mean national competent authorities, so national regulators in our network, but also companies, drug developers and academia will have a more comprehensive knowledge of the data sources that are available. And hopefully this work on metadata will also support better drug development and choice of data sources for post-authorization studies, which will help us in terms of our regulatory decision-making. So just a quick, there was animation here, okay. A quick reminder, and George earlier at the beginning of the session today mentioned metadata. So just to make sure everybody's on the same page, the definition. So metadata is descriptive data that characterize other data to create a clearer understanding of their meaning and to achieve greater reliability and quality of information. So that really is the definition. So we are starting a piece of work this year to define metadata with a bit more granularity, to define criteria that would be used to include data sources in our upcoming large EU database of digital data. And also we will be working on the proof of concept for the collection of metadata. And we are working with external collaborators here and an external vendor. Moving forward, we will try, and this is really the ultimate ambition, to create a catalog of all relevant data sources and also to collect metadata. So it's quite an endeavor, and we are only really at the beginning of the first phase. And I think I'm looking at my note from previous speakers, and I really like the mention at the beginning of the meeting by Elizabeth about allowing to make data visiting possible. So hopefully this will contribute to this objective, which I understand is a wish of the Duchenne patient community. Moving forward, still about the pillar about data discoverability, I mentioned the EU catalogue of real-world data resources. We will also work on a best practice guide, and there will be a workshop on real-world data and metadata in April this year. So stay tuned. All the information will be on the agency website. I would like to switch gear a little bit here, and actually I was wondering whether I should include slides on registries, so going a little bit beyond the FAIR topic today, and I was pleased to see in previous presentations that there was indeed that there were some insights about patient registries. So what do we need as regulators? So on a very high level, what we need is easy access to valid real-world evidence to support our decision-making. So it's really to have fit-for-purpose data for regulatory decision-making. So that's a busy slide. So again, please feel free to have a look offline. I'm also referring here to a few points that were highlighted earlier in the presentations about what is the role of disease registries and what type of analysis, what type of insights can be taken from disease registries. And that classified here under two broad topics, which is the knowledge of the disease. So this relates to the epidemiology, to the standard of care, to the treatments. And there's also a more specific role for us as regulators about product development and monitoring the drugs. And I'm just going to give one example here, which is comparative effectiveness. And I think this was highlighted earlier. Some of you, I'm pretty sure that some, if not most of you, have heard about the EMA Patient Registry Initiative, which was launched quite a few years ago and is about to be finalized. And its aim will be to introduce in a systematic manners approaches and capacity and expertise to contribute to the benefit risk evaluation of medicines. So concretely, it will provide guidance on methodological concepts. It will provide recommendation on how to best conduct registry-based studies. And importantly, I think for this audience today, it will promote dialogue between regulators, companies, registry holders, and the voice of the patient will also definitely be heard here. So this is definitely relevant to patients as well, and hopefully the final registry guidance will be issued in a few weeks or months. So what do we expect from registries? And again, this goes beyond the FAIR principles, but we need registry data to be adequate, to be able to address our research questions, to be able to include a wide range of characteristics of the population for a given condition, to have adequate lengths of follow-up, and a number of other characteristics. So obviously the data needs to be accurate, needs to be valid, needs to be consistent across countries and data sources. And another part which is very important for us is also the transparency of the data, the transparency also of how people use those registries.
Catherine, this is a kind notice. We have about 2 minutes left. Thank you.
It's my last slide. It's perfect. So I hope I gave you a little bit of insight about what are the big data recommendations for moving forward and that are relevant to today's talk. I don't think I have to highlight the importance of real-world evidence, and our goal looking forward is that data will be discoverable of known quality and representativeness. Of course, data protection and ethics of data sharing are in the middle of our goals. And the two last points, very important for us and hopefully for you today as well, is that there will be collaboration more and more with patients, and there will be a strong call for engagement from stakeholders, including patient organizations, in 2021 and beyond. And with that, I think my presentation is over. I'm just finishing here with the vision of the Big Data Task Force. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Catherine, for your presentation on behalf of yourself and Peter Arlett. And I think it's really good to see that this data, we actually intend to use this data. You know, we're not just collecting data as this being the end goal. I mean, data is always a means to get to something. And this is a very specific outcome that we're trying to achieve with this. So thank you, Catherine. Now let's move on to our next presenter of today, which is Gulcin Gumuz. I think I saw you. Yeah, you already start screen sharing. Cool, so you're totally here. So Gulcin, thank you very much for joining here today. You're the Research and Policy Project Manager at Eurordis. And your presentation today will be about a snapshot of rare disease patient organizations' involvement in registries and in research. Gulcin, thank you very much. And I'll hand it back over to you.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me to this session. So yeah, I'm going to give you an overview of rare disease patient organizations' involvement in research and registries today. But I actually kind of updated my presentation after looking at the agenda of the session. And I firstly want to show you the perspective of rare disease patients in data sharing and data protection, because I think this really complements nicely to what has been said earlier this afternoon, and then I will talk about other initiatives such as rare disease patient involvement in registries and research. So as you know, we are an umbrella patient organization that represent more than 950 rare disease patient organizations in 73 countries. And our vision is better lives and cures for people that are living with a rare disease. And we do that by connecting patients, families, and patients groups, and also bringing together all stakeholders to strengthen the patient voice and to shape research and rare disease policies. So first of all, I want to talk about this Rare Barometer survey that we performed. So Rare Barometer Voices is a EURDIS initiative, and it brings together over 8,000 patients and carers and their family members to make voice of the rare disease patients and the community stronger. So we also have surveys about access to treatment, care, and also rare disease patient participation in research. And this particular survey, we conducted this because we wanted to know rare disease patients' opinions, their expectations and concerns about data sharing and data protection. And our ultimate goals were for researchers and for healthcare professionals that are in charge of data sharing initiatives to recognize the importance of understanding rare disease patient perspectives and also to encourage discussions about best practices for data sharing. So let's look into it a little bit. And this is the first large-scale and multi-country survey on data sharing. This survey was translated into 23 languages, and we had 2,013 people responding from 66 countries. So not only European countries, but from all over the world. And they're representing 664 diseases. And 5% of the respondents were undiagnosed. And the target population was patients living with a rare disease or their family members that are over 16 years old. And the first question that we asked was, would you be willing to make your health information available for the following purposes? And we listed a couple of things. So almost 100% of the participants supported data sharing to improve research on their disease. In particular, better understanding mechanisms and cause of their disease, for developing new treatments for their disease, and for improving the diagnosis for their disease. And in comparison with general population, willingness to share their data is only 37%. So the response of these rare disease patients doesn't change according to their age, gender, or level of education, or how severe the disease is. And it's clear that regardless of their socio-demographic profile or the severity of their disease, rare disease patients are willing to share their data. So we also asked them, what are the main incentives encouraging participation in data sharing projects? The top 3 reasons for patients to participate in these projects were the possibility to learn more information about their disease, the possibility to discuss and ask questions directly to the professionals, and the possibility to be informed on the results of the project. So I think this is an important message to all stakeholders that are involved in data sharing initiatives to make sure that there's appropriate communication and increased transparency on the project. And also the importance of informing patients about the results of the project, because they want to know more about their disease. They want to ask questions and they want to know about the results after they share their data with you. Another thing that we ask, how much control would you like to have over the data that you're sharing? And 80% of the participants said that they want full or near to full control. So you see that the patients want to have control over the data that they're sharing. And they think the main risks that are associated with data sharing are their info being shared with third parties without their consent. So this is like half of them. And 47% of them said that their info being used in different contexts from the ones that they disclosed it. 35% of them said that their info being used without their knowledge. And also they consider becoming the victim of the discrimination as one of the main risks. So this is normally 7% in general population and 34% within the rare disease population that responded to our survey. And the next question was about trust. So trust to different authorities or organizations. How far do patients trust to different stakeholders to use their health information carefully? And you can see the results here. So rare disease patients have a higher level of confidence in non-profit stakeholders than for-profit stakeholders. And the most trusted stakeholder was with 89% medical doctors, and then researchers, and then patient organizations. And the least trusted stakeholder with 16% was the insurance companies. And I think, yeah, for trust, this is also an important message for governing structures for data sharing initiatives. So they should include representatives from trusted organizations like patient organizations and clinicians and healthcare professionals. And the last thing I want to talk about is communication. So what kind of information do patients want to receive about data sharing initiative? So the most important information that they want to receive, with 80%, details on how the project could be beneficial for their disease or for other diseases. Then a summary of key information to understand the main aspects of the project, and also information on the rules of data management. So how access to their health information is granted, is there an ethical review? So these kind of questions. So if you want to increase patient participation in your research, make sure that you include these pieces of information in your project description. And you also see that email and face-to-face discussion are the way that they choose for receiving information. And just to make sure that you communicate with the patients, and while doing that, consider how they want to be reached out. I mean, of course, this is a really, really brief summary, but you can find all the results of this survey and more questions in detail, and also the recommendations derived from this survey. We published a peer-reviewed article in the Orphanet Journal. You can find it here. We also did a graphic report to easily explain the questions and the answers, and we did a webinar on using the results of the survey on data sharing. So you can find all of them on this website, and I can move on to the next point. So the next thing I want to talk about is rare disease patient organizations' involvement in registries and research, and in particular, the EPAG Research and Registries Working Group. As you know, and as this has been said earlier this afternoon, URDIS wants patient organizations to participate in the ERN decision-making processes to have a proper patient representation in the ERNs. And this is why we developed this European patient advocacy groups. They're called EPAGs. They're for each ERN groupings, and now we have 280 EPAGs in total. And we also have transversal groups other than the ERN groupings, and the EPAG Research and Registry Working Group is one of them. And it was launched in 2019, and that the EPAGs could exchange between group members, their registry experts that are working in rare disease research activities, and so that they can exchange and support their EPAGs in their ERN to tap into their experience and engage as active and equal partners. So we gather via teleconferences where we talk about topics that really concern the rare disease patient communities, such as increasing quality of rare disease registries, implementing FAIR principles in patient registries, and we invite speakers and experts in this topic and discuss together. And we also plan webinars where we share knowledge on existing data resources, collection, and data sharing initiatives. So now we are relaunching this working group, and we'd like the EPAGs also to give their input to work on a project called ERICA to facilitate inter-ERN collaboration and also to increase the research and innovation potential of ERNs. You can reach out to me later if you want to know more about this. I also want to mention that we have done a foresight study where we gathered different stakeholders to propose policy recommendations for a better future for people that are living with a rare disease. So one of the recommendations was on optimizing data for patient and societal benefits. I'm not going to read all of this, but just going to highlight a few things. So here, sharing of data should be optimized across infrastructures and countries, and commonly adopted codification systems should be used. Data ecosystems should be developed in accordance with fair data approaches, and the practices that are related to data should respect the preferences and privacy of people that are living with a rare disease and for their families. And lastly, I want to mention very, very briefly the Go Fair Rare Disease Patient Network. Marco has already talked about this and said that this initiative came from the idea that patient organizations should play a central role in changing the current culture of data management. And remember, he said how important it is, but only a few registries are fair right now. So if you wanted to facilitate the creation of this network of patient representatives to achieve this goal, and we started this network in January, we're already active. We're now currently identifying the needs of patient organizations. And if you want to know more about this network, you can join the interactive session later on. I think one of our members is going to talk about this in detail. And if I have the time, I just want to leave you with this final messages. So rare disease patients are willing to share their data independently from the severity of their disease, their social demographic profile, but they want to have control over the data that they're sharing. Patients do have a clear vision of the added value and benefits of a comprehensive approach to rare disease registries. Practices related to data should respect the preferences and privacy of people that are living with rare diseases. And finally, patients need to be empowered. They need to be involved in groups, task forces, and also in the governance of data sharing and registries initiatives. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much, Gulshan, for this very, very tight presentation. And I especially like the way that you want to connect all the ERNs that are talking together and the EPAGs and the patients. We really want to include the patient voice and all the other stakeholders in this field. So thank you for all the work you do for your orders at a research and policy project manager. So thanks again. At the same time, I mean, we have still the chat going on. I know we're throwing buckets of information about everyone and you need some time to think about it. But if you have any questions to ask to our presenters, please put the chat in, because after that we'll have a panel discussion and we'll be happy to have everybody to munch on your thoughts as well. So there we go. For the next presentation, I think we move on to Daria Dziurkowska, and you already made host, so you can share your screen if you want to. Daria, you'd like to talk a little bit about the role of the European Joint Programme on Rare Diseases, the EGPRD. We've already heard this acronym pass by multiple times, so that's a good point. And you're going to talk about from support schemes to fair virtual platforms of data, resources and tools. Daria, you're the scientific coordinator of the EGPRD at INSERM, and you're an IT-GGB Assistant Director. I'm not really sure what that last acronym is, so please tell me what it is and start your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Zian. So ITDGB stands for the Thematic Institute of Genetics, Genomics and Bioinformatics, actually at INSERM. So thank you very much for having me here. I hope that you are seeing my good screen because I have two screens. So I hope that you see the full screen. Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So I'm going to speak a little bit about the role of the European Joint Programme on Rare Diseases. And so I've heard since this early afternoon, many EGPRD being mentioned many times, and I'm also extremely happy to see several members of the EGPRD who are working very hard with us on different aspects of FAIR and the development of the virtual platform. So I'm going to try to give you a little bit of insight about how the EGPRD actually can support you. So just before I start this, a quick reminder, because I do not know if all of you know exactly what the European Joint Programme on Rare Diseases is. And so I just wanted to remind that the main objective of this program is really to create a rare diseases, I would say, rare diseases ecosystem to support the rare disease research through the connection of multiple stakeholders, of the integration of already existing and infrastructures, training, funding programs, tools, and their expansion and new developments, of course, for the benefit of rare disease research and the benefit, of course, the benefit of patients and their families. So EGPRD is a program that brings together more than 130 institutions from 35 countries and includes different types of beneficiaries, so different types of partners. So we have funders, we have patient organizations that are represented, for example, by EuroOrdis, we have research institutes, we have all the 24 European reference networks that are represented in the EGPRD. We have also European research infrastructures. So altogether, those stakeholders are work around different type of activities. So this is just a quick representation of how EJPRD is kind of organized. So we are financing research, we are creating this virtual platform of the coordinated access to data and services. We also do the capacity building and empowerment through the education and training activities, and accelerate translation of research results and therapy development and the development of clinical trials and studies. And of course, there are several number of so-called transversal activities that are, for example, related to the strategy, to the ethical and regulatory aspects, and sustainability and communication. So all that, of course, is being done to make the EJPRD a single entry point that brings really the solutions for all. So for the researchers, clinicians, patients, policymakers, and international partners, through the different types of, let's say, tools and support services that we are providing. And I hope that I'm going to give you a few insight about, how exactly we can support you. And I put here indirectly, because I'm going to start actually with first, not necessarily talking about the virtual platform of the EJPRD, but other type of support that we can provide you indirectly also to support you in your FAIR data adventure. So first of all, I think it's important to underline that, for example, we can support your networking needs. So how this can be done, and I think that one could imagine that, of course, the networking needs go beyond, let's say, the usual networking, but in building, for example, the connections between different groups, different patient organizations from different countries around Duchenne, of course, but also through connecting you with the other types of stakeholders, with clinicians, with researchers, with the specialists of FAIR data. You have the possibility to apply within the EJPRD to so-called the networking support scheme. So the idea is to really encourage the sharing of knowledge, and you can use this networking support scheme to organize events or workshops or even trainings, to use it really for different specific needs. So we are providing a support of 30,000 euros maximum per event. You can apply several times. It is open on the continuous basis. The applications are collected every 3 months. So the next collection will be actually in June, because the current one closed, if I remember correctly, today. So the next one will be in June. And so it is open to all countries that are involved in the EJPRD. When I say open to all countries, it means that, of course, let's say that the main applicant should be from one of the countries that is part of the EJPRD. And as I mentioned, there are 35 of them. The only rule is that the applicants from Canada are not eligible to receive funding, but it doesn't mean that they cannot participate in those specific events. And the idea is that, of course, this is something that is being built by several stakeholders. That's why we ask for a minimum of 3 eligible applicants from 3 different countries. So the idea is really that you share the knowledge beyond one country. So, of course, you can find also more information about this networking support scheme on our website. And it was, as you can imagine, also adapted to the current situation. So we, of course, understand that the face-to-face meeting is not necessarily possible. So you can also obtain the funding to organize the online events and dedicated support related with the organization to the online events. The other thing we can do is to support you in your training needs. So the EJPRD actually is providing for free several types of different trainings. And this includes also the trainings on the data management and quality, and several persons who are also sitting today here, and several speakers are also involved in the trainings that are being provided through different partners of the EJPRD. So as I said, these are for free. Of course, the number of places, since quite often they are very much interactive, so we cannot accommodate, let's say, hundreds of participants. That's why there is sometimes the pre-selection of the participants. But as you can see here, different types of trainings are provided. So of course, we work on trainings that can be related to the data management and quality, and this can span from, for example, biobanking through data management, also verification process. Recently, we developed the dedicated training for the ORFA codes. There is also a dedicated training for the undiagnosed diseases cases. The patient and researchers trainings are developed in collaboration with EURORDIS. So the EURORDIS is responsible for that. So you probably all know quite well the EURORDIS summer school, winter school, and recently also the leadership training that was developed by EURORDIS. We are also this year going to develop together with other partners the dedicated training for young patients. And finally, we are also now developing the education academic course that will be launched. The first module on diagnosis will be launched at the end of this month. And so the idea is to use a MOOC way of training that can be accessible to all for free, of course, and that will be focused on the transversal type of training for on rare diseases. Other thing that we can do also for you is that we can support you with a dedicated expertise. And what do I mean exactly by supporting with a dedicated expertise is that the EJPRD has set up so-called help desk. So you can access this directly from our homepage, but you can also write to us at the helpdesk@ejprddisease.org. And I put here again the slide about who are the members of the EJPRD, because the way it works is that actually you can come with any type of question to the EJPRD, and our role is actually to either provide you the response immediately, or connect you with the best experts, or help you, for example, in providing some specific solutions. So we are really taking advantage from all those partners that are part of the EJPRD to be able to support you as much as we can through the expertise that is inside of the EJPRD, and through all the networks of the EJPRD partners. The other thing we can do is that we can also support your research projects. And this is, of course, through the competitive calls of the EJPRD. So we are launching so-called joint transnational calls, of which the main goal is to finance multinational research projects. These are being launched every year at the end of the year. So, usually pre-announced in November, but if we can pre-announce them earlier, then we, of course, try to do so. These projects are being run through a two-stage pre-evaluation process. And again, it is expected that there is a minimum of 3 eligible research teams. And patient involvement of patient advocacy organization is very strongly encouraged. In 2019, 20, and 21, we also finance patient advocacy organizations participating in the research projects. So they can participate and be as a normal partner and be financed. The next call should open in November 2021. We hope that we will be able to pre-announce the topic as soon, let's say, as possible, but one would expect that it should be pre-announced maybe in September of this year. And I'm coming back here also to this networking scheme that I was talking about at the beginning, because of the fact that you can also use the specific scheme to actually build or to prepare for your future project, which means that if you are thinking about gathering a consortium that could apply to the joint transnational calls, or even to the calls that are being launched by the European Commission, you can also apply to the networking support scheme to get the support money to help you to create your consortium and prepare the work for such a project. And finally, we can also support, I would say, your European reference networks. So it is not necessarily directly, but indirectly, because if you are collaborating closely, and I know that you are collaborating closely with your European reference networks. One thing that you have to know is also that for the European reference networks, we are financing the research training workshops, which means that any beneficiary of the EJPRD, and that includes, of course, all the ERNs, can submit a topic for a training workshop that will be to train the ERN members, but also It means, for example, the EPACs, so the patient advocacy groups of the ERNs. And so so again, this is we are providing financing for those workshops. We are also supporting the mobility fellowships. So I think it's also very important to encourage the training of the specialists, of the young researchers, of the young clinicians that are part of the ERNs. And so this is something that we are also providing. So the call is open for the fellowship mobility fellowships is open twice a year, and the next one will open in March. And for the research workshop, again, it is just closing on the 7th of March. So the next one will be open in the Q3 of this year. And so now let me give you just a quick insight about the virtual platform of data, tools, and resources that I mentioned that EJPRD is developing. So we have heard already about the different type of work that is being done by the EJPRD. So of course the virtual platform itself has to be fair, as you can imagine. It is a federated platform, so we are building it based on the federation of different resources. Of course, it has to be standardized, GDPR compliant. We already think about, how we can make it sustainable and, of course, quality assessed. So the way this platform is being developed, I would say it's, of course, and this was already mentioned before by Marco and Peter and other colleagues, that of course the development of a platform like that cannot be done by the group of specialists. It has to be done in collaboration with the users. So this is the way it is being done. So this is being done around the different types of use cases. One of the basic use cases, for example, is to count patients with specific conditions, because it seems to be quite simple when you think about, how many patients with a specific condition are there. But if you think about how we connect those different data resources and ask such a simple question, actually it's not such an easy task. And so the development of the platform to make sure that it is really usable and useful for the community has to be done around the specific use cases. So first of all, as you have already heard, the building of such a platform requires that the resources that are being part of this platform must be enhanced by making them rare disease friendly, because not all of the resources that are being connected through the platform are specifically rare diseases resources. So it means, of course, that they have to be capable to, in a way, be translated into rare disease language if we want to be able to be interoperable, and then of course they're reusable. So they have to be rare disease friendly. They have to be, their interconnectivity has to be improved. We already talked about the metadata models and the specific models, which of course are also used within the EJPRD platform. And then different types of resources and tools. So you have heard already about the deployment of the support via the verification stewards that we have in the EJPRD, and that are again one of the sources of the expertise that can serve also you. We are developing dedicated tools to discover the existing resources and available data, dedicated standards for the applications of standards to access the data and their reuse, and also the portal for exploitable rare disease pathways enabling multi-omics analysis. So this is, I would say, a part of the work that is, let's say, more innovative, or going into the innovation of how we can connect yet again other type of resources to help in the acceleration, for example, of the diagnosis and therapy development through connecting different types of data. And so this is just an image of what is being planned for 2021. So and please also, Marco and others, please correct me if I'm wrong, but for me the new the first let's say alpha version is also about the findability. So not only all the different catalogs will be exposed, but we will be able to find different type of, let's say, different type of information, different type of data. And you can see also their interconnectivity here. And then my last slide here is really about the fact, that through the development of this EJPRD platform, we can already say that it becomes some kind of, let's say, reference, because not only thanks to the in-depth work that we are doing together with the European reference networks, through the fact that we are working with those different catalogs and infrastructures to adapt them, let's say, to the rare diseases need. It also has an influence at the national alignment. So I'm giving here the example of France, for example, because indeed the data, health data hub and the development at national level are also being aligned with the standards that are being used through in the development of the EJPRD virtual platform. We already had the cases where it is being referenced in the European Commission or IMI calls as one of the references. And it also allows us to collaboration at the international scale, like, for example, the collaboration we developed with the Critical Path Institute on joint standard and methodologies that were also mentioned today, like, for example, the alignment and the mapping of CDISC and other type of standards. So thank you very much for listening to me. Of course, yeah, happy to answer any questions, and don't hesitate to contact us through any of those emails or help desks. So we are very happy to help and connect. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Daria, for this presentation. And I actually would like to hand over the talking stick to, I think, your colleague, Mary Wang. And I'm pretty sure that some of the slides that you already showed will be very much applicable to the talk that Mary will give. Mary, you're a global partnership and project manager at Fondazione Telethon, and you are the co-chair of the workshop of the workforce use cases at EJPRD. And if I'm not mistaken, you're going to talk something about the EJPRD community survey on research data generation and management.
Okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I just stopped your screen sharing because I thought that was Daria's.
Okay, I'll try again. Oh, let's see. All right.
Yep,
okay,
yep,
great.
we got you.
So thank you for having me here, and so thanks. So Daria gave a great introduction to also my part of the presentation. So in a way, so responding to that virtual platform activity, what we've done in the first 2 years of EJPRD, going down. Okay. Is indeed we wanted to start with the people first. So we also heard from earlier this afternoon not to focus on the technology, but really focus on what the people need. And so we surveyed the two major research community of rare diseases, or one that was on the ERNs, and then the other are academic researchers. So one is more focused, they do a lot more clinical research, clinical care, and then sort of more preclinical and translational research. We wanted to know what are their what data they're working with, what are the current needs in data related to data, and then we also asked them several questions about what where they're storing them, how are they annotating them, do they know about FAIR, and what are their use of the current infrastructures out there. We had fairly good responses, and so we did get responses back from at least every ERN, and so you can see where we received all the information. And also on the academic side, we received more than 400 responses from Europe countries, and actually also outside Europe. What we found was that, so the questions were, we asked them, so what are the services are most important for their research? And so we did see that academic researchers and ERNs, they would actually require different services, possibly due to the type of research that they perform. But then most of them find that the biobanks and also services to help them conduct translational research are very important. And so in the lighter green bars, you can see the ERNs, they would need more support in find patient registries, and so some differences here, and support trials. And so instead, the preclinical, the academic researchers would, for instance, need to find animal models. what we noticed that in this sort of hierarchy and rank, in what they felt might be more important is that the top facilities that they tend to identify are those that are looking for resources, looking for data, looking for material. And then you're coming down, they're looking for other types to annotate their data and actually in the end to manage your data properly and actually share their data. So last one, deposit your data research. And so I think we do see also in that cultural change that we also need to drive in this process, but this was quite interesting to see. And so we also asked them, so what are the issues that you encounter when you share data? So this is the first two from both communities. They say really the complexity to use is sort of stopping them. They maybe find it hard to share in certain repositories. And then also, of course, the concern about data privacy and local jurisdiction. We did hear sometimes we think about, maybe they want to have publications or you need to have collaborations before they are willing to share. But in the end, this was not the highest rank. I mean, there were some concerns, but it's actually not too high, such a barrier to sharing. And also this is also the interesting, the time limited use. Sometimes there are embargoes associated to these resources, but actually if it's easy to use, people actually might be more willing to go with that. And yes, and so we also reasoning on how can we encourage a sharing process. So moving on to the FAIR part. And so yes, we asked them what kind of data sets you are collecting. So the first ones are related to biological samples, the clinical phenotypes of rare disease and of the patient. And you can see that the ERNs, the clinicians, they collect more information about the patient. Natural history, so we've been talking a lot about registries also here, patient information, electronic health record, and also images. So there are also indeed differences coming from these two communities. So we also asked them, do you use ontologies or standards to annotate your data? And this is sort of a yes, no, no answer. But so when they did not answer, still a large chunk, we tend to feel that they're probably on the no side, although they haven't said anything. And so if they do not use ontologies, then why do you not use them? Sorry, this got cut off. So the highest one is that I do not know ontologies exist. I just don't know about them, or they don't meet their needs. Also, a little bit less burdensome to actually adopt these standards. If they did say yes, we're annotating using ontologies, and so these are the four top standards being used by researchers in ERN. So the OMIM, the ICD, Human Phenotype Ontology, and the OrphanNet disease ontology. So this sort of tells us we really need to improve on the awareness of the researchers to really annotate their data properly. And as well in asking them about their interest in making rare disease research data fair, and they told us, well, we don't sufficiently, like 45% of them said, we don't sufficiently understand what fair research data actually means. And this was quite striking. So this data was similar between both communities. And so this again falls into the awareness part that we need to explain clearly what we actually mean with fair research data. But encouragingly, a sufficient percentage also say, yes, I'm interested, but I'm facing some barriers to get involved. And so the barriers often are related to not having resource to implement to verify data. And also many people mentioned that they don't have softwares or servers to make their data discoverable. And smaller parts of people say, oh, we're actually working on verifying their data. And so that's very encouraging. But then also a small 6% said that they're not interested at this moment, but they do, and they might help them to be interested if they actually see added value. So again, going back to actually getting the community to understand what is fair research data and why should we do this? Why do we need to verify our data? So instead, on the use of existing infrastructures and databases, essentially the light blue is where they say yes, they're important. This resource is important, and orange is no, and then the yellow part is I don't know this resource and no answer on the gray lot. So as just a glance, you can already tell many people again do not realize there are already many resources out there that they can use. And so as well for EJPRD, this is an important part to really communicate, to engage also with the ERNs and researchers to build the virtual platform together and make them aware so that they do not need to feel that they're in silo or not able to get their data for their research. There were some examples of the needs that they expressed as well, which are related to database. So it is a current need that the access to clinical data, to databases, more both on the clinical side, but also sort of more preclinical, molecular level information, proteomic database. Access to patient materials is an ongoing problem, and also skill sets are currently missing. And this is also, so not just that we have the solutions ready, we really need to also have the people on board and are trained to manage all of these skills. And so this is one of my last slides. So the use case work focus. So I co-chair this use case work focus with Marco Roos. And this is where we ingest, say, the needs of the stakeholders, the people, to develop a case so that we can describe the need properly and feed that need to the technical developers of the EJPRD virtual platform. And so we are, this is an ongoing work. And so we also identify patients as a stakeholder in this process. So we really do welcome, and I'm also very happy to be here and listening to you. And so we can really find ways to leverage the networks and the resources to expand on our activities. And yeah, just the key messages here. Maybe I will not read them now, just to say, yes, we're really basing our activities on co-design. And so happy to hear more on all the activities and also later on in the breakouts. Just including a last slide from Nationale Teleton. So we are a funding, non-profit organization funding genetic disease research in Italy, and we just currently really actually have a call on Duchenne and Becker, and we're accepting research applications till end of March. So it might be interesting just to disseminate to people in your network. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mary, for this presentation. And thank you very much for the whole EGPRD, because we've been hearing this acronym. I think it's been going on and echoing for the full day. So I'm happy to have two people presenting on behalf of EGPRD as well. Hey, this brings us to the next and the final part of the agenda of the Duchenne meeting on FAIR, which is the panel discussion. Now, I already saw some discussions going on in the chat and people trying to group together, which is really great. I'm just inviting everyone here. Do you have any questions or any comments, or perhaps somebody can summarize some of the chat that's been going on? I saw some parts about FAIR by stealth. What is that exactly going on, Mark? I think it was you.
George asked a question, Suzanne.
Exactly, and it said it could be useful to elaborate on the possibility of FAIR by stealth, especially if done retrospectively. The reduction of requested effort is a major issue of scalability. Who wants to elaborate on this FAIR by stealth?
I guess it should be me. This is actually stealing a phrase from Dr. Carol Goebel, who's in Manchester, and she always talked about semantics annotation by stealth. And what they were describing was putting effectively a FAIR infrastructure behind Excel spreadsheets. So the end user was filling in a spreadsheet, but in the background, FAIR data was being created, and she called that semantic annotation by stealth. And I just raised the idea that if we want to be minimally disruptive of people's existing workflows, sticking FAIR right into their software is one of the ways we would really want to go about it.
Maybe I can comment on that as well, and maybe others can do the same, because this was also part of the VASCA project that you saw presented by Bruna, because we identified that it's often, and it's the same thing we're trying with Duchenne, with the patient platform. It's part of the strategy also that we do in the EJP. There's a database software provider or a registry software provider involved, and by addressing, sort of targeting that software provider to make their tool a FAIR data generating tool, you allow things to scale up. So when you see us talking now about the verification process and the hard work that goes into it, it's basically the initial work to do that once and eventually get it supported by such a tool. And that is what we are aiming for. There is an initial step. So if it's for new data that nobody's ever done before, then there's not so much to reuse, and then we need to have this collaboration between domain experts and modeling experts and software experts to do this one step together. But in the end, it is very much about reusing what we've done before and then hopefully just extending it later on. Yeah, Bruna, others, Peter Bram, if you want to add anything to that, that is, maybe I can add a little word of warning that I wouldn't ever bet on having software replace a human being entirely. So also on the chat, we discussed a little bit on the role of stewards. And I think especially in a clinical setting, this will probably still always be useful. It's also about how much they need to do then with reducing that work. But I think it's still good to think about that people will need to be involved, but we don't want to have too many people doing too many basically stupid copy-paste tasks, for instance, that I see a lot now. That's what we want to reduce.
Absolutely, thank you very much. Now, if I just scroll a bit back in the chat, I can see that Marietta has a question for Catherine, or at least related to the EMA. And she says the following: registry holders can seek qualification by the EMA. Cystic fibrosis and the European Bone Marrow Transplant Registry have been qualified. Is there a relation between qualification of a registry and being fair? Is being fair a requirement for qualification?
Well, unfortunately, this is where replacing someone comes as a as a disadvantage. I don't have the answer, but I believe that it's not an actual criteria, and I think I put some considerations in the chat as an answer. I think it's really about the quality of the data, but in terms of first principle as such, I'm not sure it's a criteria. But don't take my answer for granted. I'm chasing colleagues as we speak, and I think Mariette suggested also to talk to Peter Moll, and he would definitely know this. So sorry not to be able to address this directly.
No worries, we're happy that you can forward the question to the right person. Thank you, Catherine. Now, it might be that I missed something in the chat, so please, if somebody has another question or a comment, also, please feel free to either raise your hand to unmute, because I think right now we've come to the end of the meeting, and we're just happy to hear your thoughts as well.
Suzanne, can I just add, I've written it also in the chat, but there's a lot in the chat. Generally, I'm a bit concerned about scalability, as you can imagine from my comments, and one has been answered already regarding this FAIR by stealth. I really like the fact that people are looking into that, and I hope that these tools that Marco mentioned will become more widely used and more reusable, as he said. But I also would like to us to think a bit about how we could make the actual verification process less resource demanding, because I think this is also important for the uptake of this effort. And I know we talked about agility and incrementally getting to the best solution, but I think we could also try to think of ways to automate that, to automate part of the process. And I'm sure that people like Marco and Mark have thought about that. So maybe they can share our thoughts, their thoughts.
Mark, will you start or I?
Was that Mark or Marco? I can speak to that second point if you wish. I mean, we're learning a lot about how to generalize the verification process and how to simplify it by creating a sort of a lingua franca that's very easy for registry owners to generate, that we can then automate the transformation of. So one of the things we're trying, and what I've done for the Foundation 29 project, is to extract the data from their registry, which is largely JSON-based, export it as comma-separated values, and then I have a series of 20-odd templates that I can use to transform the CSV into linked data. What we would want to do, I think, is have a library of templates for every data type that we discover in the registries. And then we simply say, if you export these 5 columns or these 6 columns with these 6-column headers, you're done, and we can automate the rest. So we are definitely working towards a much easier, cheaper, less disruptive approach to verification of the registries. Marco, maybe you want to say more about that?
Yeah, and also from a different angle. And also why we need patient organizations to be the disruptors, from my point of view. And the cheapest way to stimulate scaling up is by making FAIR principles a requirement. So when you're setting up a new registry and you're looking for a software provider, you simply make FAIR principles a requirement for that software provider. That will force software providers to start thinking about how they can make their tool a FAIR data generating tool by stealth. If you don't do that, then there's no incentive for them to do that, because it's good for them if you continuously need them, right? For every little thing. The other part, and that's about scaling, what really doesn't scale, and that hasn't scaled for so many years, is to push the harmonization effort that is necessary anyway, to push that to the data users. because so it may be that we need 8 months to do this, but and if you would only need to reuse the data only once, then it would be a sort of not an effort you should do. But if you imagine that data will be used 2, 3, 4 times, then quite quickly it is actually cheaper to do it once well than to move that to all the data users. Because every data user will have to go through that process to be able to use the data. And that is currently what the situation is. We all know, everybody who is supervising bioinformatics students doing data integration, they calculate in that it's at least 6 months working on just, you saw that in the presentation, right? 60% is on getting the data ready to be able to use it in the first place. We want to get rid of that 60%. It will never be 0, but we hope to bring it down to 10%. And then it quite easily scales. Then even the effort that you have to put in once to put it there is actually still a better deal than leaving that to all the users of the data. So if you want your data to be reused as often as possible and in a good way, then it's just worth it. But having said that, we're all geeks like Mark, and we want to make that as easy as possible. But I hope to make you aware that in disrupting this process, it is actually still good for getting your data reused to put in that effort.
Can I chip in there as well, Marco? So I mean, I agree with everything you just said there. You know, it's like we see it time and again, and actually that there are simple wins just by transferring like the kind of expert curation that people would do downstream, or the data consumers would have to do. If you just transfer some of that inside the sort of boundary of the data provider, you only do it once instead of 1,000,000 times, and therefore you save a lot just by virtue of doing that. But this also comes into this effect of like kind of fair by stealth. You can then start to add to the, you can start to incorporate some of these kind of curational type of activities into your infrastructure, and you can do that a little bit at a time. Based on the things that you know are the most important, and gradually you can then sort of transfer more of that earlier in the process and learn about the things that are most important to do, rather than sort of say throw away all of your infrastructure, rebuild a completely new one, and it must be fair by design. You can start to pull things upstream, sort of gradually a little bit at a time, and you win a little bit. Everything gets a little bit easier just by doing that. So there's immediate benefits from, just have some curation before you hand off the data to the world effectively, rather than after. And straight away, there's this cost saving there. And this is kind of the data stewardship effort that I know you guys are heavily into, but also, aligns quite nicely with the sorts of activities that pharmaceutical companies are doing. And we see that there are many kind of fair initiatives and teams within pharmaceutical companies that are setting up these sort of slightly fair efforts to create data stewardship programs and sort of data managers within pharmaceutical companies to achieve exactly this effect, right? To have some sort of oversight over, is this data kind of fair before we try and ship it all over the place? So, I think this is a good approach, just sort of gradually moving things further upstream. That's all very general, though. Of course, the devil is in the detail of actually how you achieve that. Right?
Okay, well, we've I think reached the end of our meeting, alas. It's been really wonderful, full of great presentations. I'm going to invite Peter Bram to join me and Dimitrios to wrap up our sessions. Hello, Dimitrios.
Go first, Dimitrios.
Leave the floor to you. Everybody's bored of listening to me. Don't worry.
Well, I don't think so. So yeah, thank you. A few short closing remarks, because we are all longing for some dinner, I guess. So yeah, this has been quite a journey since we first met in Amsterdam, and I must say we used the vehicles as kind of metaphors throughout this journey, and we jumped on a train, the personal health train or whatever you would call it. And actually, in the Duchenne community, I see that there is a lot of people jumping on that train, and that's really good to see. And it was also the value of this meeting today, that we really have a global community around fair data in Duchenne. So that means also that there is a lot to align, and that we don't not only need a train, but we also learned that we need a squad, perhaps a squad of navels to actually make sure that we align all the efforts, that we really combine forces, and that we do, for example, these mapping exercise to existing data models, that we make sure that the resources that we're all working on become interoperable. What I also saw today is that, well, staying in the metaphors of vehicles and means of transportation, that we are doing a kind of mix of hitchhiking on existing initiatives, but we are also driving, and actually driving in terms of taking the lead in many of the efforts, and in particular in the patient-driven registries and the verification of prompts. And I think that's where the Duchenne community is really ahead of other communities. So it's also important to get the message out here that we are busy with that. And actually we have someone here in the meeting the whole day, that is Kimi, and she will actually make sure that this all the information that was conveyed today will not be lost, but actually spread out to the community and the broader community even than Duchenne, so that we also make people aware of the activities that we are jointly doing together. So my conclusion of today is that we are really on wheels. We're not reinventing the wheels, but we're really hitchhiking and driving the train, the Duchenne Fair Data train. And with that, I would like to give the floor to Dimitrios.
Thank you very much. I think I will stick also with the vehicles. I think what's amazing is that beyond, let's say, our own family with DMD mutations, we have also our extended family with us. That's always supporting, and I want to ask special thanks to our clinicians, to our urologists, of course, our patient organizations, Daria, everybody of you is amazing. You escort us in this crazy train ride all these years, and thank you for this. I also want to thank anyone on behalf of our community and the Wilson organization who worked so hard to move this forward. I think we moved from the last meeting really during the crisis a lot. From the beginning, Bernd Mors, Peter Bram, Marco Ross, and so many others. But maybe a special thanks to Nabel for putting it all together and to keeping us together and giving us, let's say, loyal to our cause. And of course, DDF for backing up and move it forward. And I think the last but not least, let's say, thank you is to our Dutch patient organization and to our Dutch colleagues that, they're driving the innovation in our community. So we really appreciate, we really thank you for your commitment, and to our Dutch parents that really support this cause. So with this, don't forget that the torture and the training is continuing in the closed meeting afterwards. We'll be happy to see you. Thank you very much, everybody, for devoting this time, and take a break, I guess, for some time. Let's all get a break for some time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dimitrios, and also for being with us despite the earthquake. Now you're in Greece. And I would like to remind all the Duchenne patient organizations here with registries or without registries that we have an interactive sessions afterwards at 7 p.m. Central European time. I will be joined by the Fair Data stewards who are not just leaving you with information, we're going to show you how you can start. So be with us, we are not going to make it long. And we'll have a Go Fair presentation by Michaela Onelli. So we look forward to seeing you later on. Thank you very much. And hopefully next time it will be a face-to-face meeting.